England under 19's best chance here was to strike a couple of blows, and that's exactly what they've done. So Kumar is out without scoring, and it's 234 for 3.
Really good delivery as well. The batter trapped in his crease a little bit, but England have just kept themselves in the game, obviously mainly by getting Suryavanshi out, but we were talking just moments ago about a total in excess of 400. That's still a possibility with this platform, but England have hit back, and for the neutrals and the England fans in the ground, that will keep the contest open.
Absolutely right, couldn't agree more. I think it was very important that they obviously very important they got Suryavanshi out, and very important that they struck that blow, that double blow, to just slow things down a bit. So 234 for 3. Harvansh Pangalia is the new batsman. Another left-hander, goodness me. And he takes guard against Morgan, who has picked up his first wicket. 1 for 32. 1 ball left in his 5th over. Extraordinary number of left-handers in this lineup for the India under 19 so far. Here's Morgan into Pangalia, and he bowled him! First ball, Morgan 2 in 2. Pangalia can't believe it, and that's exactly what England needed. They've struck 3 times in the space of a couple of overs. Another absolute beauty. That's coming a long way from outside the off stump. And Pangalia has gone bowled first ball. Morgan will be on a hat-trick when he starts his next over. And
creamy aloo panini. Mera kamal.
Iska kamal. Fun Foods Veg Mayonnaise by Dr. Oetker. Now also in stripes.
2 for 32, and Malhotra is still there on 62, but suddenly at the other end England have got into the middle order, and well played them for digging in and getting themselves back in the match. India still imposingly placed at 234 after 29 overs.
Yeah.
But it's a big difference having 4 out than 1 out, which it was just a quarter of an hour ago.
So Abhigyan Kundu, the new batsman, at the non-striker's end, because that wicket was taken with the last ball. So Morgan will be on a hat-trick when he starts his next over.
Returning from the Douglas end, Taz Ali.
Taz Ali coming on at the Douglas end. And I cannot believe that we've got another left-hander there, looking at the non-striker, just trying to look at his gloves. So we've had 1 right-hander and 5 left-handers, I think I'm right in saying, in this. Oh no, 5 left-handers, amazing. There's Ali bowls, and one of those left-handers, Malhotra, who's been watching the carnage at the other end, pushes it away on the onside, and there's no run.
3 wickets for 1 run in 11 balls.
Yeah, funny old game. 5 left-handers in 6. I don't think I can. I think Sri Lanka once had 6 in their top 7 at one stage, but extraordinary. Taz Ali bowls, and Malhotra drives up to mid-off. Suddenly, the whole tempo of the game has changed. The body language of the England under-19s fielders is much more buoyant. We've got some blue sky, the sun is out. Glorious sight, looking across this wonderful ground as Ali bowls and Malhotra's taken on the pad, trying to work this one away on the leg side.
Well, we've seen some batting of genius today. Could we also see a hat-trick? Morgan will be on a hat-trick when he starts his next over.
I think again what we've also seen, dare I say it, proving a point that I made earlier, is that the bowlers have relaxed and settled and started to bowl in better areas with more control, and it's all to do with the fact that as they run up or walk up or whatever, they are not fearful of where it's going to get struck. It makes huge difference to the mindset and the physical sort of relaxation aspect of it. Nicely played by Malhotra up to long on for a single. But Taz Ali hammered earlier on. Now bowling with a lot more confidence and control. And the new batsman Kundu is off the mark with a little push on the leg side. For a single, he'll keep the strike, 235 for 4, and here comes the hat-trick ball.
Sebastian Morgan has set himself up for what would be a really memorable hat-trick against a very, very fine batting side. He's bowled his side back into the match now with two really good deliveries as well to clean bowl Kumar and Pangalia. Now Abhigan Kundu stands between him and a hat-trick.
I think Kundu skippered the side, didn't he, in the last game, I think, and kept wicket, so he's obviously quite a senior figure, you would think, in this Indian under-19 lineup. Just needs to restore a little bit of calm for a few overs. They're still in a good position, still going to get, one would imagine, well in excess of 300, but Worcestershire, I beg your pardon, England, I keep doing that, force of habit, can't help it. Most games that I commentate on involve Worcestershire, so apologies as a wide is sent down. But what I was going to say is England, having been looking at chasing something like 400, will now be hoping that they can be chasing something like, I don't know, 350, 340, something like that, and they'll feel that's gettable, you know, having competed well in previous game. Morgan over pitching on this occasion, driven away through the covers, flicked back just inside the rope by Ben Mays. James Minto completes the fielding.
Kundu opened the batting in the last game at Northampton. Accomplished player. As you say, Frank, the target fringe may now have come down a little bit, but they still, so sensational was the first half of the innings. They're still very strongly placed, aren't they? So they can afford to gather themselves and then go again.
Yeah, absolutely. Left alone this one.
They won't get 300. Right here first.
Abhishek Sharma, you're wasting your time. 239 for 4. I can't give shout-outs to things that when I don't know what they are, so it's not going to happen. Possibly need to stop reading the live chat. Nicely bowled from Morgan, just took the pace off that last one. Clever bit of bowling. It does look a different game, doesn't it, to be honest?
Yes.
For all of the bowlers when they're not bowling at Suryavanshi. Brilliant. Brilliant innings from him. 143 from 78 balls, 13 fours and 10 sixes. He's 14 years old. Absolutely astonishing. Bright sunshine now at New Road. Lovely picture as we look across the famous old cathedral, one of the most iconic views in English cricket.
One of the India lads is having his picture taken with exactly that view in the background there.
Exactly. I think it's Suryavanshi. Yeah. There'll be a few teams interested in employing him, I would think, Brian, in the next few years. Nicely bowled by Taz Ali.
Well, that dear old cathedral has seen many a fine innings and many a fine player. Not too many compare with this morning's work from Suryavanshi. Truly brilliant batter.
Yeah, absolutely. Thrilling stuff. Cheeky single, nicked as the ball is just pushed away to mid-wicket. Well bowled, Tazal. He's good over this. Come back well. So here we go. Just pushed away on the outside for another single, but a good over from Taz Ali. Just talking about this wonderful ground here. Visit Worcestershire New Road. Cathedral on the banks of the River Severn, one of the most famous sights in English cricket, and the Severn running alongside the ground. And this one just heaved away on the leg side for another single. End of the over, 242 for 4. And I think we might be able to show you an aerial shot of the ground taken from a drone some time ago. And there you are. As you can see, the boundary's not that short for those people that thought they were before. And beautiful ground on the banks of one of England's most famous rivers, the River Severn, here in Worcestershire. The ground set right in the city, it's a small city, and ground very central, easily accessible. And as Brian was saying, we've seen on this famous ground many famous players, and yet I think this morning we might have seen one who has the world at his feet. And you can never say that it will be certain that a player will go on to greatness, but the signs are Suryavanshi. And I walked to the ground this morning in an excited mood, thinking I'm going to see this young man about whom I've heard so much, and I don't think any billing has ever lived up to expectations anymore, because he was absolutely brilliant this morning. Again, good from Morgan, who's bowling a really good spell here from the New Road end. 2 for 36, 2 in 2 balls for him, both bowled, and asking questions of the Indian 5th wicket pair at the moment. the moment, boundaries have dried up completely in this innings. In fact, we haven't had a boundary for 5.5 overs. The last boundary he had was that six that Malhotra hit straight down the ground. He's been completely becalmed, having lost the strike for quite a while. England have come back really well. And almost gives it away, Malhotra driving this one uppishly on the bounce to mid-off. Great credit to the England youngsters, I think, Brian, for the way they've pulled this back.
Yeah, it's been very impressive. Who'd have? Well, that's the joy of cricket when India were romping along, and who'd have thought then 3 wickets would fall for 1 run in 11 balls? An incredible turnaround.
Good diving save by Minto, short extra cover.
And credit to England for digging in there, because there was some serious flak that was flying.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they kept going.
He's just, sorry, Brian.
Sorry, the
He's
scorecard.
lost his cool a bit, hasn't he, Malhotra?
He has a little bit. The scorecard's got an incredibly lopsided look to it,
Yeah.
hasn't it? 143, 66, and then the next highest score at the moment is 5.
Yeah, and 2 noughts. But yeah, I just sense that they've just lost their cool a little bit out there by this. What did I say? 6 overs since a boundary, and not what you want when you're looking to build on a platform. But as we said, and I'm sure they're saying to each other, just keep it calm and just tick along, get up to 250, 275, and then see where we are with 10 overs to go or something like that, and launch again, I think. But fair play to England. I think they've come back into it very, very well, and great experience for them as well, to realise that you can come back into a game when you think it's going away from you in the way that it was. A deft little shot from Kundu brings him 2. Bit of a misfield, actually, to be fair, at short third man. Probably should have been saved, and it should have been 1, but they got 2. Nice shot again from Kundu, played out on the leg side. You can probably hear the breeze, not just in our effects mic, but in our own mics. We're sitting inside a small commentary pod, but a bit of a breeze occasionally making itself heard in our ears. That's a good shot from Malhotra, and a much needed boundary, the first for 7 overs. Just a bit of width given by the bowler, and he leaned into it and struck it nicely, a little bit uppishly, but bounced. Actually, it wasn't uppishly because it bounced just off the end of his bat and then in the air for a while, but a good shot, proper cover drive. He's gone to 70, and he's now got to be the glue that holds things together, I think, towards the end of this innings, and successive boundaries. So London buses, as we say in England, you wait a long time for 1 and then 2 come along at once, and that's exactly what's happened. Waited 8 overs for 2 boundaries, and 2 come in 2 deliveries as he sweeps this one away to backward square. Malhotra goes to 74. 255 for 4. And he bowls, and he's by Ben Mays at short mid wicket. So 34 overs completed, 16 left, and a drinks break, a little time out. The coaches make their way out to the middle. So we've had, I'll give you the scorecard so far. Matre was Courtmore's bowl, partnership of 219 for the second wicket, before the remarkable
मार्केट छोटा पड़ रहा है, जरा हाथ तो बटा देना।
गवर्नमेंट को माल बेचना है,
तू थोड़ा पुश कर दे।
बेटा फसल बेचनी है, कोई नई मंडियां ढूंढ दे।
दूसरे प्रदेश में काम मिला है, राशन कार्ड को वहाँ भी चलवा दे।
नहीं नहीं, ये सब अपने दोस्त या असिस्टेंट से नहीं, अपने डिजिटल इंडिया से बात कर रहे हैं। स्टार्टअप
and 55 for 4 with Malhotra on 74 and Kundu on 8, 16 overs left. And while they're having a drinks break, we can just have a look at a little video about Worcestershire and why we call visit Worcestershire New Road. What we do, because visiting Worcestershire is highly recommended if you're in the UK.
Once upon a time, I went on a magical adventure where I travelled through time, explored great buildings, and made lots of new friends. There are forests, rivers, and ice cream. My story was one of excitement and wonder. And what happens next? Well, that's your chapter. Make Worcestershire part of your story.
.300. Well, I say 355. I say.
2-2. You've gone above 300. And 5 minutes ago, they weren't going to get 300. The optimism in the back of the commentary box has receded a little.
Under 360, somebody says on the live chat. 373, somebody else says. Under 380. Yeah, I don't know. 350. I think England have come back well. However, Jack Home, who's just coming back into the attack, was pretty expensive early on, and
India have still got Chowan and Ambrish, both of whom have scored runs in this series to come. There's still plenty of batting left.
here is Home round the wicket, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Kundu. 47 off 4 overs Home, but he came on it, to be fair, at just the wrong time when Suryavanshi was about to. Well, it started his assault on the bowling, and poor old Jack Home was struggling to contain him, tried various things, got his lines a bit wrong, and struggled. He's in again now, round the wicket, bowls, and this is nicely played by Kundu, down to third man for a single. James Minto loosening up as well. We might see pace from both ends in a minute. So it's a chilly-ish day here at New Road. It's difficult to assess what was required in terms of jumpers and jackets and that kind of thing this morning. It's quite warm when I walked down to the ground, but out of the wind. But when the wind blows, a little bit chilly. This one steered down to third man for another single. Malhotra could be a key man as well. He could quite easily cruise his way to 100 here and then decide to cut loose. It appears from a couple of shots that he's played, he's got the ability to score quickly. He's played beautifully. That's a nice shot from Kundu, just deflected down to third man for a single, but singles perfectly acceptable from an England point of view at the moment. Home in again, driven, nicely fielded by Minto in the covers. Better over from Jack Home, again benefiting from a slight easing. I beg your pardon, was that mine? No, I think it was Home. Oh, okay, beg your pardon. I thought Home had come back into attack. It was Morgan. I beg your pardon, everybody. Misidentification of the bowler. Minto is returning at the Diglis end. I was right about that. So all that rubbish I came out with about Home settling down after an early spell was inappropriate. It might be appropriate if he comes back into the attack. Apologies for that. We are quite, as I say, a long way away and square of the wicket, but it's James Minto, the left armer from Durham, from the Diglis end in now to Malhotra. And a cheeky single, nicked really as he pushes it up to mid-off.
I'm just looking
Had to hurry
at the scorecard from India's tour match here at New Road in 1974. My word, some of the batters: Ron Headley, Glenn Turner, Basil Dorivera, Sunil Gavaskar, Gundappa Viswanath. Good grief, county matches against the touring teams in that era.
Yeah. Well, and they always used to start here. The tours always began at Worcester until quite recently, in the 80s, I think. And Don Bradman's autobiography, 1948 tour diary, foreword is written in Diglis Hotel, Worcester, the night before the tour started. They always stayed in the Diglis Hotel on the other side of the river from here. That's a slightly slower ball, just sliced out on the offside by Kundu for a single.
Madan Lal took 7 for 95 in that game for the Indian touring side. So the great Sunil Gavaskar then scored 25 in the first innings, but 88 in the second to see his side to a draw.
And it was a fine Worcestershire side in the mid-70s as well, I think.
Oh well.
Oh, a slight misfield here.
There's some runs in that top order, isn't there? Ron Headley, Glenn Turner, Alan Ormrod, John Parker, Basil D'Oliveira.
Yeah, John Parker, Kiwi, that a lot of people don't recall that much in comparison to the great Glenn Turner, but Parker was quite a productive batter for Worcestershire as well in that side. Well, that's a lovely shot. That is a magnificent shot from Malhotra. Short, hammered away over mid-wicket. Really, really dispatched. And one bounce for 4. Lovely shot. He goes to 83. Shot of great authority. And if he makes 100 here, and he needs just 17 to do so, it will be a perfect innings in many ways for his side. Played exactly the right role in that partnership of 219 for the second wicket, and has just started now, as he needs to do if they're going to get a really big score, to expand his own game. Brilliant shot. good response from Minto, a Yorker, and squeezed out of the block hole for a single by Malhotra. Once again, my apologies for saying that it was Jack Home that bowled that last over from the New Road end. It was indeed still Sebastian Morgan. 8 overs, no maidens, 2 for 41 his figures. I'm pretty pleased with those. Tall figure of Ben Dawkins goes into slip, sorry. And that's wide, yeah. 21st wide of the innings. That's certainly something to work on if you're one of the England coaching staff, I think. Cannot afford to give away 30 or so extras in a 50 over innings. You simply can't. There have been 25 extras so far, 5 leg byes and 20 wides.
How many extra deliveries, how many runs have come from those extra deliveries?
Yeah, exactly. This one pushed away on the onside.
So
good over.
14 overs remain. They'll be looking for a minimum of 6 and over from those, wouldn't they? Probably, hopefully 8. So I don't think India will have ruled out 400 yet. A couple of really big overs. So England have fought back brilliantly, but they need to keep going. They really do with getting Malhotra, and they need to keep taking wickets, because in all forms of the game, isn't it? Taking wickets is the way to
100%,
build pressure.
Matre out for 5, Suryavanshi 143, Kumar without scoring, Pangalia without scoring are the men that have gone. Malhotra possibly now the key to whether they get 350 plus. And it is a bowling change as Ralphie Albert comes back into the attack at the New Road end.
Returning the ball from the New Road end, Ralphie Albert.
I think Thomas Rowe has handled his bowlers pretty well, given that it was a bit of mayhem when Suryavanshi was striking it to all parts.
Agreed, and also those bowlers have responded well, haven't they? They've stuck in there and taken the punishment which you have to do when you're bowling to a genius.
I watched a T20 game at Headingley last night where I saw a partnership between Luxton and Wharton for Yorkshire against Worcestershire put a lot of pressure on the bowlers and on the captain in the field, who had to keep making changes that he didn't want to make and having to come up with new plans, and it's very, very difficult. And I think for a captain like Thomas Rowe at this young age and was relatively inexperienced, to have that same sort of experience out there has been vital, I think, as well.
22nd wide of the so that's an extra 4 overs that England have given India.
Oh, lovely use of the feet. Lovely use of the feet by Kundu there. Only gets a single, but dancing down the pitch. Really good footwork. Got right to the pitch, drove it up to mid-on, and picked up a single, and will keep the strike. Lovely bit of cricket. Nicely bowled though from Ralph Yard. I think he's been really good. I really do. 6 overs, no mains, no wicket for 40. Doesn't do him a lot of justice. I think one of those overs went for about 15 or 16. Been very good indeed. A little bit short this one, pulled away, but he'll only get one. Good sharp fielding by Joe Moores. Overs left after this. I think 350's got to be the minimum target, isn't it? Who knows what it would have been if Suryavanshi had stayed in. Could have been 500. Oof, goodness me. It's a beautiful strike from Malhotra, isn't it? Stood up tall. Not a great deal of footwork, but just whacked it over mid-on. Hardly any footwork at all, just a beautiful shot. Timing,
wasn't it?
Yeah. Doesn't look a bad pitch, Brian.
No.
I thought the odd one might have stopped a bit early on, but Ultra goes to 90 off 101. By comparison, it's slow, but it's still been very, very good. And much more conventional in many ways than what we saw from Suryavanshi, which is not to say that it was slogging or in any way untechnical, but more classical, shall we say, from Malhotra. Stands up tall left-hander, always good to watch, and is hit straight down the ground a lot of the time. Most of his big shots have been straight down the ground, including a push for 4 early on that signalled what a great timer of the ball he is. And there's another one. He just picks this up over mid-wicket. Looks to be pressing the accelerator at exactly the right moment for his side, really. And Minto, having been gone to the boundary twice, wants a change in the field here. Not sure he's going to get it. Yeah, third man is coming up, and I thought he was going to drop. He's dropping a man out on the leg side, going out to mid-wicket. Might have been better off dropping a man out straighter. In fact, they're changing now. Joe Moores, who's obviously a specialist skyer catcher, from what we've seen, has gone to deep mid-wicket. And Taz Ali moves round to backward square leg.
Malhotra moves to 95, fully deserves a century. He's batted with a lot of class, and I think we're going to see him stack up a lot of runs.
Just got some detail on the Suryavanshi innings. Fastest youth ODI 100 ever. 52 balls, beating Pakistan's Kazim Akram's 63 ball record, and he also became the youngest ever centurion in a youth ODI, beating Najmul Hussain Shanto's record. He was Shanto, and he was getting on a bit. He was 14 years and 241 days, whereas Suryavanshi is only 14 years and 100 days. But yeah, it was statistically amazing, and it was also spectacular to watch. It really was, and I won't forget it for a long time. I'm sure you won't either, Brian. It was a real thrill, and I'm already looking forward to seeing him back again on Monday. I hope they don't leave him out. Anyway, the over is completed. 288 for 4, 12 left, and Malhotra on the verge of 100. And he nearly falls off that verge because he sliced this one away in the air on the offside. Got a little bit lucky there, landed short of the fielder, but he's got 2. Goes to 98. He would have had his heart in his mouth a little bit then for a moment. Pushes this one to long on, goes to 99. Oh, he might run himself out. It's a direct hit at the non-striker's end. Malhotra had set off, he slipped when he was sent back, tried to turned, got back, the throw came in, flicked the bowler's hand, I think, direct hit, umpire, to be fair, not in a great position, but he was in, he was well in, even can see that on my replay, looking from behind the stumps. I think he was past the stumps almost, but showing signs of a little bit of nerviness as this one is driven in the air past the diving Minto at short extra by Kundu, single taken. So here we go, 99.
98.
Oh, 98. Do you know what? I think they've had a recount because he was on 98. Got that single. I'm sure he was. Oh well. Pushes this one away on the onside. He's on 99 now then. I beg your pardon. But he's showing a few signs of nerves anyway. Brilliant innings though. 107 deliveries, 99. Played second fiddle in that excellent partnership and has just started to score more freely in the last few seconds, last few minutes. Kundu can't beat the fielder at extra cover this time. Good over again from the left arm spinner Ralphie Albert. 293 for 4 then. 11 left. And England have really pulled this back very nicely in the last 10 overs or so. 14 from that over before, but prior to that 5, 10, 4, 11, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1, a maiden. A really good effort by Thomas Rue's troops to get back into this game, and Taz Ali coming back into the attack at the Diglis end.
Yes, at 233 for 1 in the 27th, the sky's up the limit for India. They're still going to set an imposing total, and England are going to have to bat really well to level the series, but England have stayed in the game. Crucial 11 overs ahead though. England need to keep the pressure on. Chasing 350, red fancy, 400, difficult.
Oh. Nervous 90s, nervous 99s. Nearly ran himself out, then wanted a run. I think he would have got one, if they'd both gone early on. But he was hesitant, and in the end Minto raced around and did the fielding, and he had to scamper back. It's a big moment for any player. But in an ODI for a youngster, 100 is huge. And there it is. And his teammates are on their feet. 110 balls, 12 fours and 1 6. And that has been a very mature innings in my opinion, Brian.
A lovely innings. He played the perfect foil to Suryavansh's onslaught, and has just kept things together after that collapse. 3 wickets for 1 run. Super knock from Malhotra.
Kundu Very characteristic wristy style, can do, the little left-hander. Just flicks the wrists through as he plays the ball.
And now it remains to be seen how much on the offensive Malhotra will go in these closing overs.
Ali in bowls and just works this one away on the leg side for a single. Doesn't look the sort of player that'll chuck it away. Looks the sort of player that will keep going and play very sensibly. I mean, if he finished on 130 and they got on 350, I think that would be a pretty good effort. 350 is going to take some getting, isn't it? Ali in bowls and can't do anything with this one.
I think they'll be disappointed with 350 from this position, though, Frank. That's just another 50, isn't it, with 10 overs left?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, they will. But if Malhotra gets out, then I think possibly that's England's best hope of keeping them to that sort of total. But you're right, they would be disappointed with 350, but that will be, I guess, what the England attack will be hoping they can restrict them to. Just feel that if you go out 350 and you get a decent start, you've got plenty of batting, you think you're in with a chance. But if you're chasing 375 or something, really just psychologically a little bit more daunting. No Isaac Mohammed today either at the top of the order, who can score very quickly. Well, there you go. That's an absolutely beautiful shot from Malhotra, who's answered our question about whether he can clear the ropes. And again, he's done it with elegance and style as much as anything. Beautiful shot over long off for 6. And it's the first ball of the over again. Definitely seems to be a policy in this Indian side to attack the first ball of the over. And he now plays first sign of anything in terms of white ball cricket that is more T20 than 50 over cricket from Malhotra. A little reverse. First time he's done that, and he's made contact with it, and he's got it straight away down to the boundary, which prompts a change in the field. And Ralphie Albert is being put under pressure. 10 runs off the first 2 balls of the over, and already that 350 that we're talking about, the nominal 350, looks well within reach. Just in the space of a couple of deliveries, he works this next one for a single. Excellent stuff.
Yeah, that was the first reverse sweep we've seen, wasn't it? In the 41st over, it's been superb batting. Quite orthodox, a lot of it, hasn't it?
Yeah. Been a lot of runs scored in front of the wicket. Can do just playing the junior role now, works this one up to long on for a single.
Yeah, he's played it really well, hasn't he, Kundu? Because they've really
scored off nearly every ball he's faced.
Yep, 20 off 29, and after 3 wickets fell for just 1 run. India just needed to steady it, and Kundu has done that beautifully.
That's another super shot from Malhotra, just a little bit short from Ralphie Albert, and a great footwork again. We tend to think of footwork as people charging down the pitch or whatever it might be, but he's just basically moved across his stumps and then opened himself up, moved his right foot away and just cleared the space to get that bat through. Beautifully played, and equally beautifully played that last ball, just steered up to long on for a single, so he keeps the strike. Really, really mature cricket from Malhotra.
None for 64 for Ralphie Albert, which
I
think is a bit tough, isn't it? From 8 overs, none for 64. He has taken stick in a couple of overs, but others he's looked dangerous and imposed some control, which England desperately needed at the time. So that is a case, I think, of figures being very unflattering.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'd say he's bowled a lot better than that. Very tough.
313 for 4, 9 overs remaining. Are India going to get to that 400? Could do with a couple of big overs.
done it again, Malhotra.
Beautiful.
Absolutely magnificent shot. You know, as good as anything we've seen, Brian, all day.
That's the second time he's played that shot, hasn't it? Just eases it over long off, and on both occasions it landed just outside the boundary. But he knew the player was the long off fielder wasn't on the fence. He was in total control of it, and the timing and the precision of it is just exquisite. Wonderful batting.
Another single here. He looks like a class player, doesn't he? In many ways, I've enjoyed watching him as much as I enjoyed Suryavanshi. Not quite. I mean, Suryavanshi very, very special because it's so exceptional, but aesthetically, Malhotra's innings has been a joy.
I don't think Malhotra will ever play innings this good and it not to be the best innings of the innings, if you like. Is
interesting one.
He's overshadowed, as anybody would be, by Suryavanchi's 143, but this is also top class century.
4 more.
The accelerator button has been well and truly pressed again.
Absolutely. $400's looking more likely, isn't it? Just the maturity of these players is what I find amazing, Brian. The way that they've gone about their business, the way they've managed the innings. I mean, they've had a couple of drinks breaks, they've had a couple of timeouts where the coaches have had a word with them, but it's just been so mature. Even losing a couple of wickets to, two wickets in 2 balls has not phased them as a side. Brilliant. They've got all bases covered, haven't they? It would seem, in terms of the guns at the top of the order, the stability in the middle, and they've used those resources beautifully as well.
We will see, of course, whether what the England batters make of this pitch. The pitch has played well, hasn't it? There's been some wonderful batting on it.
Yeah.
But after a few predictable bits of danger with the new ball, the batting has been fairly straightforward, and the pitch has been solid. So England will think, well, we can go big on this as well.
Absolutely. Now, bowling change. Thomas Rue is sending the helmet off. He's going to be standing back, and we are going to see Jack Home. I think this is a bit of a gamble, Brian, to be honest. I think Home, 4 overs, no mids, no wicket for 47 so far. Could be.
Oh, he's got a wicket first up.
He has got a wicket. Well, I was going to say it could be expensive, but he does have a knack, as we've seen. I don't know how much you've seen, Brian. I've certainly seen it. Playing for Worcestershire in the One Day Cup last year, has a happy knack of taking wickets, and he gets one there with a short, wide delivery, which is cut away by the previously watchful Kundu, and he'll feel as he walks off with his head down, rather ruefully shaking his head, that he's chucked it away a bit. Short and wide, cut it up in the air, and caught by Moores. Joe Moores' 3rd catch in the deep. Jack Holmes' first wicket, and Kundu's gone for a very nicely compiled 23. As you said, Brian, take wickets, slow the scoring down.
That's what they'll be aiming to do. A partnership of 93 in 13 overs there. Kundu played a really important role alongside Malhotra, and that partnership has just put India back in the ascendancy. They needed to shore up after those 3 quick-fire wickets. And the new batsman is Kanish Chauhan, who has shown some form in this series. 43 not out in the last game, 45 in the previous, and he's come in with a licence to hit. 5 wickets still in hand, just 7.5 overs remaining. Jack Holmes strikes with his first ball back.
Yeah, I was going to say, but I genuinely think it is a bit of a gamble. They had a long chat about it, senior pro Sebastian Morgan and wicketkeeper and captain Thomas Root, but they decided to go with Home, and it has produced a wicket, but it might have brought in a more dangerous batsman in Chown. He's almost gone to his first ball, which is short and wide outside the off stump, and he flashes at it. This is exactly what Home does. He's the sort of bowler that batters play shots against, Brian, if that makes sense. And obviously, you know, there have been many all-rounders over the years, one or two quite famous ones, who've kind of bowler that maybe bowlers at the other end bowl tightly, and then they come on and bowl balls that batters fancy, and they end up getting wickets. That's the sort of bowler Holmes seems to be to me. He comes in and bowls. That one's pretty sharp and just dropped down on the offside, and Chown is off the mark.
Well, just a single off the first 3 balls of the over. That's exactly what England would want. Now we'll see if Malhotra climbs into Home. Still 5 wickets in hand, so Malhotra doesn't need to nurse the tail or anything like that. 72 needed from 8 overs, or 7.5 overs if they're going to get that magic 400.
Well caught. And Jack Holmes done it. He's picked up 2 in the space of 4 deliveries. And Malhotra's brilliant innings is ended. Tries for a big hit on the leg side, got right underneath it, went up and a long way, and nobody really fancied it. I think about 4 fielders probably could have got there, and in the end, the nearest man took the responsibility. I'm just trying to identify the catcher, and he kept his eye on it, and the whole ground was hushed as he took the catch. I think it might have been Ben Mays. Watched it very closely into his hands, and a lovely innings comes to an end. 129 from Malhotra. Beautifully played, beautifully put together innings, but just when they needed to get 2 new batsmen at the crease, England have done exactly that. 328 for 6.
Wonderful batting from Malhotra, and really the crowd here at Visit Worcestershire New Road today has seen 2 excellent top-class centuries.
Good over this from Home.
One run and 2 wickets.
Just to confirm, it was Ben Mays that took the catch. But Jack Home, none for 45 off 3, 2 for 49 off 5. So well bowled to him. He'll feel a bit better, I think. 43 overs completed. 7 left. But they're 6 down now, that's the important thing. 2 new batters, both on 1. Ambush and Chowan. And another change in the bowling.
Bowling from the team settings, Ralphie Albert.
As Ralphie Albert comes on at the Dickless, and he's bowled 8 overs for 64. Both Brian Halford alongside myself, Frank Watson, consider that he's probably bowled a bit better than that. Came in for a bit of tap twice, once from Suryavanshi, once from Malhotra. Other than that, he's been pretty tidy throughout. And just a single off this first ball, tucked away on the leg side. James Minto probably has bowled as well as anybody. 8 overs, no maidens, 1 for 49. Taz Ali 97 off his 10. Looks expensive, but they're all going to be expensive when somebody gets the fastest ODI, Youth ODI 100 in history, which is what Suryavanshi did today. Bright sunshine now as Ralphie Albert comes in round the wicket. Dot ball.
Thank you for a message via Twitter from Virat Salkrishna, who is suggesting that it's time for one of the county teams to sign Suryavanshi for the One-Day Cup.
I've got exactly the team in mind.
Worcestershire.
Do you know what? I don't know. I don't think he'd be playing.
He's got a good record.
I don't think he'd be playing anywhere in the One-Day Cup. Yeah, you know you like playing on this ground. We could kidnap him on Monday night, lock him in the school box. That's well bowled by Ralphie Albert.
I have to say, if I
was with Suryavanshi, it's just been a joy to watch them.
It has.
The best young players, some of the best young players in the world, and it's great to watch.
And all credit to England that they've weathered those storms and stayed in the game. And Jack Holmes' 2 wickets in that last over has just put a little break on again. The 2 new batsmen have faced 10 balls and scored just 4 runs.
Yeah.
And just when England needed to apply a bit of a break, they have done. 331 for 6, 6 overs to go. 2 new batters at the crease.
Another dot. Holmes done well. Got another one. Living up to my billing is the sort of bowler that makes things happen. Jack Home has picked up a 3rd, caught it long off, and the best way, as Brian Halford has said since the start of the day, to slow down the scoring rate is to take wickets, and Chowan hold out to long off, and Jack Home has picked up his 3rd wicket, 3 for 49 now for the Worcestershire man.
3 wickets in 8 balls. It's a great way to end the story. And it's been an innings of many collapses, hasn't it? 3 wickets for 1 run.
Yeah.
Earlier on.
2 partnerships, really.
Yeah, that's right. 2 wonderful centuries, and apart from that, only Kundu has got double figures.
Batting number 9 for India, Dinesh Devendra.
Here's Home again. Another dot, bowled well in this second spell. Jack Home came on when it was liable that there was going to be a charge towards 350, and he's picked up 3 wickets in next to no time, and that's the best way to slow down the scoring rate. Just a single off this one. It's been a pleasure to watch this young Indian side, and indeed the young England side, staying in the game. It's been great to see the numbers of people that have been watching us. 15,000 or so at one stage on the live stream. I believe many of those would have been in India. Great to have you with us. Been lots of chat on the live chat. You can always get in touch on Twitter as well, or X as it used to be called, or as it is called, Twitter as it used to be called, at Brain Haldorf, BrainHaldorf, Brain Haldorf. That's Brian's Twitter handle. I'm at Frank Watson 58. See those comments with a bit more time to deal with them, because the live chat comments come whipping through very quickly on our screens. So at Frank Watson 58 if you'd like to have a lengthier comment and perhaps get a response if we can get round to it. But great to see the interest worldwide in this one-day international, given that there's a test match going on as well at the same time, and thrilling cricket we've seen from these youngsters here today. Home bowls down the leg side, and Thomas Rue is unable to gather that one. It's going to be wides, and they've gone through for a run as well. So wides signalled by the umpire. 335 for 7. And 5 overs left after this one. Home again, he's in and bowls, and outside the off stump, and an appeal for caught behind. They maybe thought they heard a noise. Jack Home is disappointed, thought he picked up his 4th wicket. Umpire Milnes not only doesn't uphold the appeal, but actually signals wide. This one just run down to 3rd man for a single. Another very good over from Jack Home. So just 5 left now. 337 for 7. Ralphie Albert from the Biglis end starts a 46th over, single taken by Amrish, driven up to long off. So 4 overs left after this, probably still be hoping for about 375, something like that, India, but lose another wicket could be tricky. England have pulled it back well. They've kept it just about within the realms of chaseability, shall we say. Albert round the wicket, drives, does Deepesh, and they pick up a single. Deepesh Devendran, the new batsman. .339 for 7. Albert, big full toss, and gets away with it really, because it's only going to cost him a single as it cuts out to deep cover. by ambush. Perfect day for cricket actually. It's not too warm, but not too chilly either. Good light. Very comfortable playing and spectating conditions. Bit of a heave, this one from Deepesh out on the leg side. Picks up a single, but one off each delivery at this stage. More than acceptable, I would say, for Ralphie Albert, who I will repeat again in case his mum and dad are listening. They're probably here anyway, but maybe some family members watching. He's bowled better than his figures suggest. As he cut away for another single here, but he's bowled. He's got his figures 0 for 70 in his 10th over, and I think we both feel here in the commentary box that doesn't do him justice at all. Especially early on, I thought he bowled very well.
Absolutely, he came on as well when the flak was flying at its highest and did really well.
Got ball to finish the over. Well bowled, Ralphie Albert. 10 overs, no maidens. No wicket for 71, I think, his final figures, and that's a pretty good effort. 342 for 7, 4 left.
Ben Mays, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 24. I haven't seen him again, have you?
No, which is probably, hindsight is a wonderful thing, isn't it? And we said earlier, captains have to make these decisions on the hoof. But yeah, he did. He bowled pretty well, and he also bowled when Suryavanshi was going.
Yes.
So very good effort, and he might well have bowled more in a different innings. Empathy though for a captain who's having to think on the hoof out there when the flak's flying. Wide from home. If there's been one failing in the bowling from England, it is the number of wides. That's the 26th wide, if you include the ones where they've taken a run as well. Pretty untidy at times, with mitigation, it must be said. Less so perhaps now. I think Home thought he might have been about to get a 5th one there, as that one was chipped up in the air. A 4th one, I should say. Landed safely. So 2 bowlers have completed their spells. Taz Ali 10 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 97. And Toby Albert, I knew I'd say that at least once today. Ralphie Albert, 10 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 71. Got ball from home. It's been good this spell, home. Although he has bowled 10 wides so far, he's probably been the biggest culprit. Taz Ali bowled 2. Four each from Morgan and Minto. And there you go, he's got a 4th. He is that kind of bowler, Brian. He really is.
For the match's sake, giving England a chance here, because Jack Holmes' first spell was very expensive. He ran into the teeth of the storm of Suryavanshi, but he's bowled wicket-taking deliveries, as you suggested. He has the capability, Frank, and he has really ensured that this India innings peters out a little bit.
Yeah, it's stalled a bit, isn't it, really?
From 327 for 4 to 345 for 8, and the late order batters have failed to take on the charge. And,
yeah, I think that dismissal of Malhotra was really crucial, because he was very classy and showing that he could change gear.
And barring another late tryst to the plot and some big hitting from the India tail, the momentum will almost be with England, though, won't it?
Yeah.
Because they've come right back into the game.
Yeah, they have. And Holmes played a big part on his home ground with some real pace, actually. He's been quite aggressive. He always is. But I thought, as I said, when he came on, I thought it was a little bit of a risk because he does bowl with pace and he can be sort of scored off behind the wicket. But he's got his lines pretty right in this spell. And he finishes, well, another dot. And he's picked up, as I say, 4 wickets in quick succession. 2 in the 43rd over, 1 in the 45th, 1 in the 47th. And his figures 4 for 58 at the moment. 1 ball left in this, his 7th over. And that one's down the leg side, and it is a wide, unfortunately. Guha unable to get a bat on it. Big lad, Guha, tall, broad-shouldered Indian number 10 pace bowler, and couldn't make contact with that one. Does make contact with this one, but only off the edge. It flies to short third man, and they pick up 1, think about 2, decide against it. Guha will keep the strike. The end of the over from Jack Home. They have 3 left in the innings, and the Indian under-19s are 347 for 8 put into bat, and the cornerstones of the innings, a blistering 78 ball 143 from teenage sensation Suryavanshi, the fastest youth ODI 100 ever, and a beautifully crafted 129 from Malhotra. Other than that, only Kundu with 23 has reached double figures. Sebastian Morgan back into the attack. A risky single taken off the first ball. I think Guha would have been struggling at the throw coming in from Ben Mays hit the stumps, but it didn't.
And after all the fluctuations, Frank, the incredible batting, flurries of wickets, probably the total's going to end about par, I would think.
Wow. Wow, that's a great catch. I think he might have been over the rope. Was he over the rope? No, caught it long off, in the deep, running catch by Ben Dawkins. I thought he might have stepped over the rope, but in fact the catch is completed. Sebastian Morgan picks up the 9th wicket, and I think, yeah, maybe a little bit over par, but only just. But they've fallen away, and they're now in danger of not using up the 50 overs, which didn't look likely. And as you said quite rightly, from 327 for 4, if they only get 350, that's a really sad demise to the innings. And as you say, it will give the England team a lot of hope, a lot of belief.
Indeed,
and momentum.
And from 233 for 1 as well.
Yeah.
With Suryavanshi and Malhotra flying, India will be a little bit disappointed to have only put another 115 on the board from that point.
Absolutely.
Good fight back by England. I need to carry it on with the bat.
And now it's a case of use your overs up. Pankaj Sharma on the live chat says typical collapse. Hope England win this. Well, I don't know about typical. I wouldn't mind watching this sort of innings every day if that's typical. It's been a fantastic watch. But they have fallen away. Well bowled Morgan with a Yorker dug out by Pushpak, the number 11. They have bowled. England have fought back extremely well. We've seen 2 brilliant innings, and yeah, fantastic advert for the up and coming professionals, top young players in these 2 test playing nations. Great stuff.
And just a nod to, I think, for England's catching.
Yeah.
They took some really high skiers, and none of them have been absolutely brilliant catches, but nothing has gone down, and they've taken some difficult ones and some very important ones. Joe Moore's with a couple of really good catches, and Ben Dawkins just with that recent one.
Oh, bold. Good over from Sebastian Morgan. 9 overs, no maidens, 3 for 42, and arguably the pick of the bowlers. A super effort from him, and England have dragged it back. They really have dragged it back. 2 overs left. 353 is looking a decent shout, Brian. 353, I think that's what I said. Yeah. I think you were above that, weren't you?
391, which is looking a little unlikely now, unless Google.
Look at, there you are, the worm's interesting. Look at the clusters of wickets. It's extraordinary. Those 2 partnerships stand out, absolutely.
Just 3, well, only 1 double figure contribution, 2 treble figures, and the rest single figures.
First ball
Curious scorecard.
First ball of the next over, cut away for a single. Somebody's just put on the live chat, oh, you can read the comments. I didn't realise you could. Yeah, that's why we always say keep it clean. Don't be rude. We can read them out on air. Not that we do very often, but they come through so thick and fast. But it's been great to share this broadcast with so many viewers in India. I hope you've enjoyed it. And we'll be back on Monday. Home in, bowls, and pushed out on the offside. They go through for a single, a throw for a run out. He misses. Good backing up from Sebastian Morgan, but they get home for the single. The 350 is up in the 49th over. Home again, bowls and carved out on the offside. Single. All going to get 2. No, they could have got 2. Didn't anticipate the misfield out there. So he's got away with it. James Isbell out on the cover boundary, far side of the ground. 351 for 9 then. 9 deliveries remaining, potentially. Home bowls. That one's pushed up to mid-off. So I think Mays is only going to bowl those 4 overs that you mentioned, Brian. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 24 from him. I think Morgan will finish off. Minto, 8 overs, no maidens, 1 for 49. Taz Ali, 10 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 97. Left alone this one from home. And Albert, 10 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 71. But yeah, we think he isn't flattered by those figures. And Jack Home is going to finish off. This is his 8th over. So he's going to bowl 8. And Morgan will end up with his full complement of 10 if he bowls this last one. Home is in, bowls, and again a dot ball as he varies his pace and beats the batsman outside the off stump. It bounces in front of Root, and Jack Home finishes. Figures of 8 overs 4 for 63, I think, and Sebastian Morgan to finish off from the Diglis end. 351 for 9. If they get 2 off this over, I'm off to buy a lottery ticket. Well, actually, that would be silly. I won't get 2 predictions right in the same day, will I? Morgan it is to finish off. 351 for 9. Oh, that's done my prediction, because he's just given him a bit of room, and Guhar has just given it the pace bowler's slap over mid wicket. A real whack, proper seam bowler's thumping slog shot through cow corner. 1 bounce for 4. Morgan's response is a very good Yorker, but it's dug out and it's very good running as they come back for 2 as Albert comes in off the mid-wicket boundary. Saw quite a lot of that last night at Headingley from Yorkshire pair of Luxton and Wharton. Balls just hit to the edge of the circle and they whizzed through for 2 real whippets between the wickets. Good running. Good response from Morgan, full and straight, goes through him. 357 for 9. 3 balls left. And then we'll have a break of half an hour. I think, is it half an hour between innings or 40 minutes? I think it's half an hour. Well bowled again, Morgan, and I think, he might have trodden on his stumps there, No, it's a leaf. There was movement at the base of the stumps, but it was a leaf. I think the bails are still on. Oh, he's broken his bat. Not a leaf, it's a piece of his bat broken off. Good Yorker from Sebastian Morgan, right in the block hole, jammed his bat down on it, and it's broken. I won't say the make, not embarrass the makers, but I thought a bail had dropped off initially, but it's a chunk of wood. Umpire's taken it, he's not on strike. 2 balls left, he may not need it again. 358 for 9. Good Yorker again from Morgan. Very impressive the way that Sebastian Morgan's got those Yorkers in. He needs a new bat, but he's not really. Is he going to bother with a new bat? 1 ball left, could be the difference. It's a 6. England chase
to the dressing room, leaning on the.
He's got a chunk of his bat missing. I can see it. Why doesn't he just swap with his partner? It would save so much time. But they're gonna go out, give him a new one. And they've got to go up to the dressing room to get it. Here it comes now. And Guhar takes his new bat with 1 ball remaining in the innings. 359 for 9 is the total, and Sebastian Morgan is about to complete his 10th over. And again he looks for the Yorker, and the new bat does the job because he gets it just slightly wrong, just slightly overpitched, and Guhar clips it away to the boundary, and he will finish unbeaten on 15 and push back unbeaten on 2. And Sebastian Morgan finishes with figures of 3 for 54, and I think he bowled really well. Not flattered by that, he bowled very well indeed. But there were 5 leg byes and 27 wides in total, so 32 extras, and the total for 9 wickets in 50 overs, 363. So England will need 364 to win. Just give you the final bowling figures. Morgan 3 for 54, Minto 1 for 49, Home 4 for 63, Ali none for 97, Albert none for 71, and Mays 1 for 24. Surrey Avanshi, a brilliant 143. Malhotra, a beautiful 129. India under 19s 363 for 9. We will be back with England's response at around about 3:15. Been a joy to have you with us this morning, and I hope you will join us this afternoon as well. Until then, from myself, Frank Watson, and from Brian Halford, a very good afternoon to you from Visit Worcestershire New Road.
I went on a magical adventure where I travelled through time, explored great buildings, and made lots of new friends. There are forests, rivers, and ice cream. My story was one of excitement and wonder. And what happens next? Well, that's your chapter. Make Worcestershire part of your story.
विठोबा टूथ पाउडर पिछले 20 सालों से हमारे परिवार में इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है। दांतों की देखभाल के लिए हम सबसे ज्यादा
for this second innings of this fourth youth ODI between England and India. England about to begin their response to India's first innings, 363 for 9, and the two England opening batsmen are out there at the moment, Joe Moores and Ben Dawkins, and Deepesh Devendran to open the bowling for India. Thrilling first half to the game, particularly when Suryavanshi was launching a magnificent assault, the fastest ever youth ODI 143 for him. Also a sublime 100 from Malhotra, but England fighting back very well, having looked at one stage as though they would be conceding a huge total, 400 plus. They pulled it back really, really well and ended up with a more manageable 364. It'll still take a heck of an effort for England to win it, but at least it doesn't look an impossibility. Ben Dawkins on strike, and Devendran in and bowls to him outside the off stump. Through it goes to wicketkeeper. In fact, it's not Devendran, it's Guha. They've changed their opening bowler at the New Road end, so maybe Devendran will bowl from the Diglis end. But no reason why England can't set about this with some positivity, and as we suggested, myself, Frank Watson and Brian Halford, who was alongside me, England will have felt in good spirits at the end of the Indian innings, having come back so well. Guha is in again and bowls, and Dawkins, very tall figure, is forward and pushing this one up to mid-off.
Yes, England have got a tall task. What they must avoid, of course, is the loss of early wickets. A solid foundation really essential. I think India will be striving hard to make those early breakthroughs. I think they need a solid platform for this tall chase.
Left alone outside the off stump, that one. So a decent start from Guha. Hit the last ball of the innings for 4 himself, having just broken his bat. He changed it for a new one. 1 ball left in the innings. Guha on strike, and he managed to squeeze it down to third man for 4. Another leave outside the off stump from Dawkins to that one. Good start from Guha, very tidy. Still yet to open their account, England. And that is a very, very tidy maiden over to begin the proceedings from Guha.
Yes, the target remains 340 63, no from 49. Frankly, in some ways it's a little bit hard to evaluate the pitch, isn't it? Because two batsmen made it look an absolute road, and the others struggled. But when you see batting of the quality of the two Indian Centurions, you just wonder whether they were just so good they made light of the pitch, or whether it is the sort of pitch where England will think, yeah, we can get these, we can chase down 363.
Yeah. English Devendran from the Douglas end, by the way.
It was truly wonderful batting from Suryanshi.
Devendran bowls to Moores and wide called as they appeal for a catch down the leg side as the keeper dives away to his right to take it.
And almost as much so from Malhotra. Suryanshi 143 from 78 balls, sensational innings. Malhotra 129 from 121, very high class batting, and they have set England a tall token.
Well, the first runs of the innings as Devendran drifts into the pads of Joe Moores, and the left-hander just tickles it away down to fine leg for 4. I'm just looking to see if I can find a list of the India players with their numbers, their shirt numbers, because it always helps if you can get those written down. But that list has disappeared at the moment from my screen. This one edged, falls short of Kohli. So for fielder identification purposes, but at the moment got just the one slip in alongside wicketkeeper. Rest of the field fairly well spread as Devendran is in again. And Moores is just pushing this out on the offside. The dot ball is played out into the covers. Devendran strikes him on the pad with that one, and that is the end of the second over. No, it's not, because he bowled a wide, didn't he? So one ball left. That's over-pitched outside the off-stump, and the left-handed Moores drives it beautifully through the covers, and a second boundary of the over for him. 2 overs gone, 9 without loss. Hard to continue from the New Road end. Dawkins solidly forward again.
What's so special special about buying a laptop from Reliance Digital?
Sir, let me tell you.
.364 the target. Dawkins driving at this one on the offside, but unable to beat the field. Ooh, and almost getting a nick to that one, Dawkins. First time he's done anything a little bit rash, looked very calm and composed up to that point, but just went on the walk, a little bit fretful maybe, having not got off the mark. Just threw his hands at that one. Maybe fortunate not to nick it to slip. And he's got plenty of bad on that one, given a bit of width by Guha and just thrown his hands at it and sliced it away over gully for 4. 13 without loss.
.62 in the last match, Ben Dawkins, so his confidence is high. Johannesburg born. Coming through the Kent system now. As you said earlier on, Frank, quite a big southern contingent in the team.
And he's looked very solid with the exception of that one indiscretion. But he'll feel better having got his first boundary away. No need to do anything mad. 50 overs to get 360 odd, just over 7 and over. Plenty of batting yet to come, but they need a positive start, and indeed they've got one. 13 without loss in the third, and well, he gets a bit lucky there. Dawkins decided to force the issue, used his feet down the pitch and hit that in the air but over extra cover. And it goes to the boundary, so the end of the third over, and England needing 364 to win are 17 without loss. Earlier today, India 363 for 9 in their 50 overs. 4 wickets for Jack Home on his home ground, 3 for Sebastian Morgan. 2 centuries, Suryavanshi 143 off just 78 deliveries, and Malhotra 129 of 121 deliveries in their own way, both magnificent innings. Devendran in and turned on the leg side for a single by Joe Morse.
Well, England probably need to find 2 magnificent innings of their own to chase these down. Moores fielded extremely well. Took a couple of really good, calm catches, including the big one to get rid of Vaibhav Suryavanshi, which was crucial to England staying in the game.
That's a flashing blade if ever I've seen one from Dawkins. Short and wide from Devendra, and he just threw his hands at that. And if he got any kind of bat on it, I was going to take some stopping. It's flown away to backward point for 4. Positive intent from the big man. Positive intent again. Scampered single. Fielder coming in from mid-off. If he gathered cleanly, they could have been struggling. He didn't. Ball just bobbled, I think, in front of him. And they get through. So 23 without loss.
Yeah, good running there. Really put the field under pressure.
Yeah.
As you say, a little bobble as well, but aggressive running. That's what England need to do.
I was thinking more about Suryavanshi and his age and the fact that he debuted in the IPL. And you were saying it'd be interesting to know a little bit more about how he's come through. And at what point somebody says, you know what, I think you're ready for the IPL when you're 14 years old.
Yeah,
Can't really have played that much cricket in terms of numbers of games. He's just not old enough. Good one.
Super delivery, yeah. But even going back before that, I'd be really interested to know at what stage. I mean, he's this good and this confident and this accomplished at 14. At what stage does that become clear? Is it when he's 8 or 9 or 6? Or
It's amazing.
Astonishing development of the talent that quick.
I have a 6-year-old grandson who hits the ball reasonably well. He's not particularly big in terms of his physical development, but he's got decent hand-eye coordination. Well, that's another beauty across the left-hander. But he won't let me show him anything. Let me just share to hold the bat. No, I don't need to be. He goes to All Stars at the local club and hits it. But I've seen videos, often it must be said, of Indian youngsters via various cricket coaching platforms that I'm on and so on, and I've seen videos of 4-year-olds in the nets in India playing perfect off drives and cover drives and backward defensives, and how you get a 4-year-old to listen enough to take that kind of instruction on board, I just don't know. But it is remarkable how early some of them can master their basic skills, and it wouldn't surprise me to hear that Suryavanshi had been like that. Of course we don't know. This one over pitched from Guha, clipped away through mid-wicket by Dawkins, who's looking to be as positive as he can. He goes to 15, 25 without loss. Because it is a highly technical game, cricket. I mean, it's all very well saying, just get your hand-eye coordination right and learn to hit the ball, and I'm all for that and enjoy it and everything else. But to get to that level by that age that we saw this morning from Suryavanshi, there's an awful lot of technique to take on board as well, and he's done so.
Yeah, it's a frightening amount of natural talent in there, isn't it? Touched it, I think, by, it's a big word to throw around, genius, but to be able to bat like that at 14,
yeah,
it must be the stuff of genius. And
yeah, it's somebody messaged us this morning, didn't they, and said generational.
Yeah,
and I think that isn't too much of an overstatement. There is too much hyperbole around the labelling of performances, I think, these days. We talk about legends and icons and greatest ever and GOAT, greatest of all time and all that sort of stuff, and it is in all sports. I think it is exaggerated to a ridiculous degree, but I've been watching cricket, I know you have, Brian, for a long time, and I've not seen a better 14-year-old ever than Suryavanshi, and I use that word ever with some thought and consideration. As Dawkins is getting lucky here, just edging this one down to third man for a single, on the walk, in the air, for the first part of its journey. And I go as far as to say I'll be amazed if we don't see Suryavanshi making significant contributions on the world cricket stage, not necessarily at test level, not necessarily in the red ball game, but I've been hugely impressed by what I've seen today. There's hearing about and there's seeing, Brian, isn't there? Well bowled, Guhar just dropped down on the offside.
I'd say Malhotra's got a pretty
Yeah.
hefty career in front of him as well. But meanwhile, Frank, there's a bit of life out there for the bowlers, isn't there? Devendran got a couple to really lift in the last over.
Well, we saw, didn't we, a little bit of circumspection at the very top of the innings from the Indian top order, but it was almost as though once Suryavanshi decided to launch his first assault, it just dissipated any pressure and tension that had been created early on. It was an innings, a team innings, which depended entirely on two massive partnerships. Well bowled again, Guhar was pushed out on the offside, can't do much with that more. It's a good over from Guhar, 26 without loss England after 5, needing 364 to win. So the required rate is 7.5, the current rate is 5.2. And want that required rate to get over a sort of 8 and 9, I don't think. Got to try and keep it within manageable proportions. Not so easy to do, but no wickets down, a platform being laid. Dawkins slices another drive.
Seems keen to get down the track, doesn't he, Ben Dawkins, which so far I'm not sure has proved that effective, because most times he's done it the ball's ended up at third man.
Yeah, he's kind of come off the shot, hasn't he? His weight has just come off it, he's gone down, he hasn't leaned into it, he's kind of leant back and lost his shape a little bit. He has done that a couple of times quite well though, thrown his hands at a wide short one and just flayed it away, this time down to third man, where it's gathered very, very comfortably by fielder running round from third man. Beautifully gathered, as though it was hardly travelling at all. I haven't got my list of numbers, so I'm not sure who it is down there. Number 1. I can't locate a list of numbers of this Indian squad at the moment. Moores plays this nicely down to third man, picks up a single, just riding the bounce, gets on top of that, the left-hander. But you're right, Brian, these two have bowled very tidily in this early spell, and they've probably, it's fair to say, bowled a lot straighter than their English counterparts.
Yep.
More runs, another run here anyway for
Yes, the 27 wides delivered by England is not just significant for those runs that they had, but of course all the runs that come from the extra balls that are bowled.
Yeah. So you could be talking 40, something like that. Yeah.
So that has made England's task that much more difficult.
Shorter from Devendra and Moore's trying to pull it.
But as we were saying earlier on, in mitigation for the England bowlers, in the first half of the innings, if they bowled it straight, it was disappearing into the trees. So you've got to try and find some way to restrain great batters. And marking for error, as you said earlier on, was almost nil when that wonderful second wicket partnership of 219 was being built.
Moore's on the walk to Devendra, but again, bullet straight from the Indian paceman, and he can't do anything with it. End of the over, nice over, 6 overs gone, 29 without loss, and the bowling figures so far for this pair, pretty tidy. Guha 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 11. Devendra 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 18.
It really was an extraordinary effort by India. That wonderful partnership between Suryavanshi and Malhotra added 219 in 24 overs. So the other 26 overs produced only about 130, which is...
Dawkins, beautiful shot, hammered on the up. A little bit of room given by Guha through the covers, through extra cover.
Which is an illustration of how well England fought back, led by Jack Home on his home turf, who got some tap in his first spell, didn't he? Ran into the teeth of the early storm, but then took 4 wickets in 3 overs to really apply a break when it was needed.
Absolutely.
So both teams can take a lot of credit from the first half of this match, which has been absolutely enthralling viewing.
And a good start to this run chase for England with that boundary from Dawkins off the first ball, as we saw India's batters often trying to achieve. And that's another lovely shot, this time unfortunately for him he hits it straight to the fielder at extra cover, but timed that better if anything than the one that went to the boundary. Big Ben, tall South African born Kent batter. Looks a very positive player, certainly given any width he goes after it, as well he might in a white ball game with only 1 slip in place. Man now being dispatched to the cover boundary, and a man brought into the circle in this first 10 overs from long leg. Guha again is in, and Dawkins finds his favourite area, which appears to be the wide third man. He goes down the pitch and then angles his bat, and very deliberately it seems on this occasion steers the ball uppishly over gully, backward point, and down to third man for 4. Now waves and says he wants a new bat. Obviously not happy with that one. He's only hit 2 fours with it in this over. Not a pressing bat change needed because he's going to carry on for the moment, but for some reason he's decided not happy with that one. Guha is in again and bowls to him, and he's pushing on the offside, and they go through again for a good single. Good running, and they're going to get 5 because there's an underarm throw back into the stumps, nobody backing up, and a bit of sloppy cricket from the young Indians there as pick up 5 runs for Dawkins, and they'll have to swap ends now. I don't realise that. The umpire's just making sure they do. So a little dab on the offside and it brings 5, and a bit of sloppy cricket, nobody backing up. No real need for the throw to come in either, because I think they were going to comfortably get home anyway.
But credit the batters there, because they went for the aggressive single, didn't they? And
Yeah, it produces a bonus. Yeah, absolutely. 42 without loss. A boost in this over. That's well bowled though by Guvar. But yeah, good over this one's produced 13 runs so far.
India U19 up in the series, of course. It's been a really well contested series. One more to go after today back here visit Worcestershire New Road on Monday, and England would love to come back
Yeah.
at 2-2. India would love to come back on Monday with the series already banked. Which way is it going to go?
Well, that's a lovely shot from Moores. Only brings him a single, but deftly steered down to third man. Late as well, played very late. Watched the ball right onto his bat. Dawkins' 2 spare bats taken out by the 12th man. Having a look at them, deciding which one he wants. Must be tough only having 3 to choose from. Brian was talking about this during a county game recently. I remember Phil Neal telling me that he used his Duncan Fernley Magnum bats. That one would last him. He had one that lasted him 4 seasons. Went back in the winter and had it glued and fixed up, and a new pro face put on the front, and it lasted him 4 years. And Ethan Brooks was there in the conversation at the time. And I said to Ethan, who was looking a bit bemused, "How many have you got at the moment?" He's sponsored currently by a world-leading company, and he said 12.
12 bats?
Yeah, he's got 12.
And does he use...
Well, these days they're so soft and underpressed that he might break 4 or 5 in a season. But he has 12 at the moment from the provider. And there's a beautifully played reverse sweep from Moores here to the first ball of the over from the new bowler at the Diglis end, who is I think pushed back, and it was beautifully played away down to third man for 4, 1 bounce. Using again bowls, and this one is another 4 driven beautifully off the back foot. Chowan it is actually the new bowler, I beg your pardon. This one's short, and Moores onto it quickly, hammers it off the back foot through the offside for another 4. So an excellent start. The first bowling change having been made. Chowan bowling from the Diglis end, and the 50 up for Worcestershire, 51 without loss, and it's come off 44 balls. Very good start to this run chase. Chowan again in with his off spin. Moores takes a third 4 in successive deliveries with another beautifully executed reverse. This is one of the things I particularly enjoy, Brian, about watching these young players, is the way they play these what used to be regarded as unconventional shots with such skill, and the risk element is almost taken out of it. They play them with as much skill as they play the more conventional shots. Beautifully executed. 3 successive boundaries. Chowan to Moores, and he cuts this one away down to third man. Is that going to go all the way? It is indeed. 16 of 4 deliveries, and Chowan stands with his hands on his hips and wonders what he's got to do to stem the tide. Gave himself loads of room there, Moores. Took that off the stumps. No lack of confidence from the young left-hander. And now it's the Indian captain with a little bit of thinking to do. Moores, interestingly, and I probably need to do a little bit of digging here, but it has just occurred to me that he's a left-handed bat and he's also a wicket-keeper, and his surname is Moores, and he went to King's School, Macclesfield. Cuts this one just for a single, and King's School, Macclesfield is the school that Peter Moores attended.
Yeah.
And I wonder if there's a family link.
Peter is his uncle.
Is his uncle, yeah. Thought he might be. Peter Moores, who of course played here very briefly at the start of his county career before moving down to Sussex. Obviously more famous as a coach. But there is a look of Tom Moores about him as well, isn't there, as a left-hander and a wicket-keeper. On the back foot, Dawkins to a quicker ball, just pushes it out on the offside. End of the over, 60 without loss from 8.
And that over has just given India the first things to really think about. A solid start from England, but that was the first over when they really tried to go on the offensive, but they did so in a very measured way. That was really good batting from Joe Moores, and nothing particularly violent, just easing 4 boundaries through the offside, and that was really well played and gently has just upped the ante a bit, and the run rate required still around 7, and if it stays that way, Frank, England will be content.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that was a very important over. Moores just pushes this one out on the offside. Good running again. Immediately called his partner through. Good stuff from young Joe Moores. Been let down badly by the support staff here. Not able to get the list of Indian fielders' numbers. Doesn't matter how much you pay them, they can't do the work. Waste of time. Should have written them down earlier when they were all available, shouldn't we? Have to get them. We can get them when somebody takes a catch or comes on to bowl. We'll find out who they are. And Dawkins, well, bit of a flat-footed swing at that one. That's the one he likes to slice over. Backward point, didn't get anything on that one. Remains 61 without loss. Lovely day here at New Road. Bit of cloud, bit of blue sky. Good light. Not too warm, not too cold. Decent crowd in. Not bad at all. Spread around the ground. And some cracking cricket on this. Dawkins defends this one out on the off. So we found this season, Brian. I don't know what it's been like at the grounds that you've been at, but Saturdays have not been days when we've had well-attended games here at New Road. My theory is that a lot of people are watching cricket at their clubs or playing or umpiring or whatever on a Saturday. All the leagues obviously in full flow. Fridays and Sundays have been better attended generally. Dawkins down the pitch again, forcing the issue and clipping this one from Gubar over mid-wicket for 4. Not an entirely convincing shot, but he got enough bat on it to see it race to the boundary. And moves on to 35. 65 without loss. This is now turning into a very decent start to the Worcestershire run chase, and the target, the number of runs required to win, has dropped below 300, and the run rate remains a requirement of just over 7, and they're scoring at 7.5, so they've got to keep going at a similar rate. This one threw outside the off stump. Shubman Gill gets his 2nd century of the Test match at Edgbaston. So the India under-19s playing here and only just about 30 miles away. The game that the world's eyes are on in the Test match between the full England side and the India side.
And both boiling up to be quite good contests, I think. It'd be intrigued to see if they set anything up at Edgbaston. Here the equation is known. India 363 for 9, tall total, but England have made a good start in pursuit of it. 65 without loss from 9 overs. Dawkins on 35. Moores having hit 4 successive boundaries in Chowan's first over. He's about to face him again. Yes, Chowan has been hit out of the attack.
Yeah, after 1 over. I think it's is it Ambush coming into the attack? We'll find out in a minute. Yes, it's Ambush. It's another number I can tick off. He's number 8. And his first ball is through outside the off stump. So Guha, tidy. 5 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 30. Devendran, 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 18. Chowan hit out of the attack, as Brian says, having conceded 17 off his first over. And that first ball from Ambush doing quite a lot off the pitch. Clip this one away very nicely over. Deep backward square leg for 6. Beautifully struck. Over pitched on leg stump. Little bit of shape to it actually down the leg side, but Moores elegantly really just picking it up. Superb shot. The old drop kick as they call it. And he's cleared the ropes at deep backward square. So good stuff from Moores and from Dawkins. An excellent start to this run chase. England 71 without loss. Sliced down to third man by Moores for a single. This one. Good start for England though. Run rate at the moment 7.6, required 7.2. Long to go, further 292 runs needed. But a bold and positive stuff from the openers. Oh, trouble. Oh, well, we nearly had a run out. It would have been out had the ball hit the stumps as the throw came in from backward point. It was an ill-judged single on this occasion, but the throw missed and just about got home. But I don't think he was even in the frame, Joe Moores, if that throw had hit, but it didn't. Moores on the walk, trying to drive that one out through. Good innings from Joe Moores is ended. It is 104 for 1.
Well, we've spoken a little bit today about the batter's desire to impose themselves at the start of an over. That's what Moores tried to do there. The man was right on the boundary and long on. He backed himself to clear him, and unfortunately for Joe Moores he didn't. So India have the breakthrough that they needed, and England 104 for 1 as Mays, Hampshire young batsman, goes out to join Ben Dawkins
Yeah, just to finish off that conversation about Jake Lintott and wrist spinners, I fully understand what you mean. Not saying sorry, but having sympathy with him. But the surfaces just don't offer enough help, do they, to wrist spinners generally in this country? And when counties have occasionally produced turning pitches, like you get sometimes at Chelmsford or at Taunton, counties get harangued for producing such surfaces. If we want spinners, we've got to have surfaces that help them, I think. Oh, that's out. First ball, googly, I think, from pushback, and it's kept low. It's a clever bit of bowling. It's kept low, and Mays, who is one of the leading batters in this side, is trapped. First ball, not much doubt in the mind of umpire David Milnes. I'm just having a look at it again on replay. I think it was the googly. Clever bit of bowling. He's gone back to it, and it's hurried on and hit him in front. Looks a decent shout. Don't know if it was a googly or whether it just didn't turn. Having a look as closely as I can at the hand. I think it might have. Do you know what? I think it might have been going on to miss the leg stump. That one might just have been drifting down, but because he'd gone back and it hit him on the back leg, it had that look of one that was out. But when you watch the replay, you look how far. Well, I don't know. Maybe umpire's call, but anyway, good bit of bowling. 2 in 2 for pushback. Rocky Flintoff, the new man, he's on a hat trick. Second bowler we've seen on a hat trick today. Suddenly, 104 for none becomes 104 for 2. But no hat trick. Flintoff just pushes this one out on the offside, on the onside. Good from pushback. 2 for 8 in his second over.
Right to a double wicket, mate.
Not to be, as Flintoff is off the mark, drawing that up to long off. And another single off the last ball of the over for Dawkins. So the end of the 15th over, 364 the target.
जब मंगला जी की किडनी का ऑपरेशन हुआ तो पॉलिसी बाजार की टीम ने हॉस्पिटल पहुंचकर 18 लाख रुपए का क्लेम अप्रूव करवाने में पूरी हेल्प की। बीमारी में हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस ही काम आएगा। पॉलिसी बाजार पर 1 करोड़ का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 360 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
That the red ball calendar is pushed to both ends of the season, isn't it? Because it's not, certainly the first 6 weeks of the season is not where spinners are going to flourish, is it?
No. I mean, this an abnormal year this year. We had dry weather in April, but you're absolutely right. And I also think, you know, as I was alluding to a few minutes ago, if you turn up at a ground these days and you see a pitch that is very dry and perhaps has been used before, and immediately people are up in arms and saying, oh, here they go, look, they're preparing pitches for their own bowlers, etc. Well, you know, if you're going to have spinners, you've got to give them surfaces that turn. tours that are undertaken by groups of English batsmen where they go out to the subcontinent specifically to learn how to play against spin. Well, if there was ever an admission that you haven't got surfaces in your own country that help spinners, or you haven't got enough spinners, it's that you have to take little groups of batters abroad to learn how to play against spin. I think you can't do it at home, and that tells its own story, I think. Not enough spinners in the county game, and not enough surfaces to help them, in my opinion. Again, steering this behind square on the offside, and there's no run. 107 for 2. England's excellent start just derailed a bit by those 2 wickets in 2 balls from pushback. Bowls, and Dawkins has gone big. Has he gone big enough? He's just about got away with it. Straight down the ground. He's not gone all the way. 2 fielders in pursuit. Drops just beyond their reach, and he gets back for a fortunate 2. Went to try and hit it all the way, but didn't get hold of it particularly well.
काफी लोगों की तरह मुझे भी बैड ब्रेथ की प्रॉब्लम थी। तब मेरी मम्मी ने कहा, अरे विटोबा टूथ पाउडर ट्राई करो। कुछ हफ्तों तक हर रात 5 मिनट मैं विटोबा करने लगी। तो हाँ,
Good from pushback. Single from Dawkins. In fact, they're coming back for 2. Good running. 2 big men, long striding men. Flintoff coming back to the non-striker's end. This is Suryavanshi here fielding in front of us, isn't it?
Yes.
I mean, when you see him close up, it is. Oh, very nearly a caught and bowled as this one is chipped by Flintoff. Back over the bowler's head by Dawkins, in fact. Is it Dawkins? I'm sure the scoreboard is. Right, it was Flintoff, yeah. He goes to 7, it was him who got the 2 before as well, I beg your pardon. I was going to say, when you see Suryavanshi as close as we are to him now, he does look very youthful, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Quite fresh-faced, and it's just extraordinary to think what we saw from him earlier today. What a brilliant career lies ahead of this young man. That's the end of the over. Dawkins has kept the strike. He's gone to 54, 114 for 2, and we're going to have a little drinks break at the end of 17 overs. So, quick recap. Earlier today, India under 19s put into about 363 for 9 in 50 overs. England in response, 104 without loss at one stage, but 2 wickets falling in 2 balls. 104 for 2 at that point, 10 runs added since then, 114 for 2. The required run rate is 7.5, 7.6, and the current run rate is 6.7.
Well, you've got 3,500 watching. Ever.
Two runs from the first ball of Ambrish's new over after the drinks break.
Where are you going? Where are you going? Okay. Yeah.
116 for two. Ambrish again into Dawkins. Slower ball, nicely played, down on the onside, but no runs. Another slower ball from Ambrish, but Dawkins waiting for it, pulls it round for a single. Might have been struck. Thank you. Another one steered down to third man by Dawkins. Keeps the strike. Two tall men out there. These two youngsters. Flintoff on 9, Dawkins on 58. Push back to continue from the New Road end. Looking at the comparison of the worms on the screen, not hugely different. Push back in now, bowls, and that's beautifully driven by Flintoff down the ground for a single. Thomas Roux due in next, probably the star batter in this England lineup, and if they're going to chase down this 364, you'd imagine that he would have a big part to play in that. Push back in, bowls, and on the back foot Dawkins drops it down in front of him. The run rate has remained between 7 and 8 for most of the innings. Required run rate is 7.7. Current run rate is 6.6. Saying earlier, I don't think they'll want that required rate to get much over 8. And in response to that challenge, Dawkins is down the pitch and driving this one from pushback. Straight, bullet straight down the ground over the bowler's head for a boundary. Lovely shot from him, and he goes to 62. Good stuff from the tall Kent opener. He drives for 4 again, this time over pitched from the leg spinner, and a more conventional drive through the covers. Successive boundaries for Dawkins. Acceleration coming just when necessary. As I said, that run rate just becoming a little bit more demanding, but keeping it around about 7.5 at the moment. And short, and he cuts this away for a single out to the cover sweeper.
2 lovely drives in this over from the Kent player. Didn't look entirely comfortable early on in his innings, but has settled really nicely there.
A lovely punched drive off the back foot for another single here. So a good sign. Still a long way to go. England still need 231 runs to win. Flintoff turns this on the leg side for a single. It's reminiscent of his dad, isn't he, the way that he runs and carries himself. Rocky Flintoff. Tall, similar height, probably a little bit shorter than his dad. Obviously yet to fill out into a real sort of full man-sized figure, but he's a big lad. He's going to be a big lad, and got a big future, I'm sure. 134 for 3. End of that over. The run rate 7.7 required, 6.7 being scored at the moment. Push back to continue. Driven into the ground by Flintoff, fielded at short extra cover. I agree with you, Brian, though. It's just watching Suryavanshi out in front of us, this young lad fielding on the boundary and walking in, walking out. You can't help but muse about what the future holds as Flintoff hammers this one straight down the ground for 6. Lovely shot from Flintoff. Don't even think he really middled it, but big lad, as I said, and got under it and straight into the crowd for 6 at the New Road end of the ground. But Suryavanshi, what the future will hold, and he could, as we've been talking about the great names that have played here in the past, and who knows whether we'll come back in the future. Who knows what the future holds? But I wouldn't mind betting that he has a big future in the game, as Flintoff maybe gets away with one here. He's edged it, I think, hit the keeper's gloves, lobbed up in the air, slip dive backward, couldn't get his hands on it, and it's landed safely. So Flintoff, having hit push back down the ground for 6, I think gets away with one off the next delivery, judging from the reactions out there. I haven't seen a replay, and his response is to drive the next one out through the offside for 4 more. So cracking couple of shots from Rocky Flintoff, and in the middle of them and maybe a let off, but he's being aggressive just when he needs to. It's a lovely shot. 144 for 3. End of the over. So, target 364. 21 overs gone, 145 for 3. Required run rate 7.5. Current run rate 6.9. Not much has changed in the last few minutes with regard to the requirements. And it's going to be Chowan to continue.
Yes, Chowan was roughed up a bit in his first over, 4 successive 4s for Joe Moores, but the bowler was hit back with that big wicket of Dawkins in his last over. And England know that they almost certainly need something big from this partnership, certainly from one member of it, because to win from here, somebody's probably got to score a century for England.
Well, I've seen a Rue century this year, Brian, but it wasn't from Thomas, it was from his brother James at Taunton for Somerset against Worcestershire in the Championship. A wicket-keeper batter, left-hander. I wonder if Thomas develops into a top-class golf, whether he might displace his older brother.
Well, that's an interesting point though, isn't it? Because you can only have one wicket keeper in the team, and if they're both good enough...
Yeah, I suppose one could play just as a batter, but drives this one up to mid-off.
But if they both would like to keep, which is what keepers like to do,
yeah,
would at some point one of them in theory have to leave to get first team cricket?
This one just tucked away around the corner. Slight variation from Chowan. I think he bowled that one from about 22, 23 yards, I think. That's what you should have done, Brian, if you kept bowling full tosses. Just bowl from a bit further back.
Yeah.
It was a googly, but I think Rue picked it. If he didn't, he played it very well anyway. End of the over, 149 for 3.
Yeah, that never occurred to me at the time. If I had brought that into my strategy,
England might well have been calling.
Start the question.
Yeah.
It wasn't to be. Or I don't know. I'm not ruling out yet, because I did have a trial for Warwickshire when I was 17, and they said at the end of it, we'll be as a group. They said they haven't been yet to say no. Right. So I don't know whether they're still pondering it.
Possible.
So the door is still ajar.
First ball of this next over is played out on the offside by Rue. We had a change in the bowling. Pushback has come out of the attack. 5 overs, no maidens, 2 for 38, and it's Deepash Devendran back into the attack at the new road end. 4 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 28 so far for Deepash. Comes in again now to bowl, and Rue is just watchfully pushing out on the offside. Bright sunshine again now, lovely evening here at Visit Worcestershire New Road. Highly recommend coming down. I think it's free entry if you want to come down and watch, and game here again on Monday as well between these two sides. And as Brian and I have been saying all day, it would add a little bit of spice to the contest on Monday if England were to win this one today and it was an even Steven Sifton final game of the series. Rue drops this one down the offside and they take a single. And I think, in all fairness, if England do win this one and make it 2-2 and then they come to an agreement that Suryavanshi has a day off on Monday, it might be a good contest. He must be due a failure, mustn't he? Yeah, I doubt that word even enters his vocabulary. Flintoff turns this one off his pads down to long leg. Won't come back for two. So, good bit of work by Pushpak coming in off the boundary. Gets there quickly, gets the throw away quickly. So 151 for three. 6.66 the run rate, 7.79. Just creeping up a little bit the required rate. Characteristic of Roux, from what I've seen so far, has a lot of time, Brian, to play. Deepesh not bowling at express pace, but Roux almost had time to sort of get into position and then wait for that one. Was the sign of a good player. Just imagine how many runs have been scored in the Roux back garden. Playing on this here though.
Well bowled by Devendran.
Over the over. 23 gone, we're nearly halfway.
That rate required just touching 8. And India will be, I think, the happier of the two, having taken out England's top 3. But Worcestershire New Road looking gorgeous. Any of our friends watching from India?
Oh, that's a lovely shot from Flintoff. Big man he may be, but that was deftly played. Proper late cut or dab down to third man, using the pace of the ball and the slight spin. Really lovely shot from the big man.
Our viewers from India, if you're thinking of paying a visit to the UK and be a cricket fan, do pop into Worcester. It is a gorgeous venue, not just for what's happening in front of us out there now, but 3 cricket matches also going on around us at the moment, just at the back of the ground. It's the school,
King's School,
and then youngsters playing as well, just at the back of the Diglis end. At certain points, if you stand at a certain point of this ground, you can see 4 matches going on.
Junior games and a senior game for the King's School, I think, on those fields. The King's School fields which adjoin the sort of net area here at New Road. That's the first time I ever came on this ground, Brian, was when I was playing next door. That's a lovely shot from Thomas Roux for 4, lovely little ramp, perfectly played, knew exactly what he was doing, deftly played down to fine leg. Yeah, I was playing next door, I think it was 1973, and it was a Saturday afternoon, baking hot sunshine. I was playing next door for my school team, King Edward's Birmingham, and Worcestershire were playing Warwickshire on this ground. And I was a Warwickshire boy in those days, and we climbed over the fence and came and sat in here, and I thought I'd walked into paradise. I could not believe the beauty of the ground. The old pavilion was here, the old chestnut trees were around, the famous old green scoreboard with a beautifully executed sweep by Roux, another boundary for him, excellent, 13, 164 for 3 at the end of the 24th over, and Rowan Canai and John Jameson were batting, and it was just the most perfect scene I had ever seen in my life. I'd been to Edgbaston, I'd been to quite a few county grounds, but never had I seen anything which matched this ground, and it was a very similar view to the one we have. I think I was sitting somewhere up in where the pavilion used to be, looking across towards the cathedral, and I think I fell in love with this place at that moment, not knowing that about 10 years later I'd end up living in Worcester and working and occasionally playing on this ground, and just remember it so well, that first experience. Flintoff taken on the pad by the first ball of this new over. from Deepesh, and there's no run. But yeah, it is a special place, I think. Not quite perhaps as beautiful as it used to be, given that the hotel on the far side of the ground is not a particularly pleasing edifice, and we've lost a few of the chestnut trees owing to disease, but the cathedral will always be there, one hopes. And that's a lovely shot from Flintoff, very reminiscent of his father. I hate to say that too often with young players, because I always feel it probably isn't fair on them, but it was reminiscent of Big Andrew, clipped away on the leg side to the boundary. He's looking in good touch, is young Mr. Flintoff. 36 now to him. Maybe it's his day. Thomas Rivers started with typical confidence. And well, dare I say it again, that one very much a Flintoff-esque, Flintoff Senior-esque shot, as he just stands and delivers, stands up and just whacks it over mid-wicket.
My word, that sounded good off the bat.
It did.
Sort of resonant.
Beautiful, beautiful shot. 39 off 32 now to Rocky Flintoff. And that he's just about got away with it, chipped it away on the leg side. Maybe, you know what you were talking about before, Brian, about how you've got to just make sure the adrenaline is kept in check. He's chipped that one away on the leg side. Yeah. Only just cleared Kumar, I think it is, at mid-wicket, jumping up in the air, threw his hands up in the air and unable to hold on to it. Just cleared him and went to the boundary. So 3 successive fours. And banged in short, this one by Deepesh, and Flintoff looking to try and steer it down to third man, manages to miss it.
Good response that from the bowler.
Yeah, very good.
He's back there, lift outside off stump, and good response. And I think the fielder, was it Kumar there at mid-wicket, might not have picked that one up, the previous delivery.
Yeah, because he jumped late, didn't he? Yeah. Well, that's well bowled as well. It's a wide, but I'd say well bowled. The intent was good, because Flintoff was on the walk and he bowled a much, much slower delivery, but just unable to control the line of it. Good little contest developing.
It is. That's only the second wide of the innings as well. England delivered 27.
Could be crucial. Oh, Deepesh. Oh, wide again. I keep saying good bowling, and then the umpire actually undermines my comment. But it was good bowling in some ways. In that he saw Flintoff come, he said, "Well, I'm not going to have you marching down at me." Banged it in short, but just a little bit too wide. Slightly harsh score, I thought, from David Milnes. Wicketkeeper certainly thought so. But umpire Milnes, the bowler himself, knows a thing or two about it. This one is slower and just nudged off his pads by Flintoff. So, end of the over, 179 for 3. Run rate required is 7.4, and the run rate being scored is 7.2, and that tells even a numbskull like me that the way things are going, it's going to be pretty tight.
Flintoff on 44, Rue on 13. So these two will England principally look. James Isbell padded up before us into the team today. And Ralphie Albert, Sebastian Morgan, Jack Home, James Minto and Tazzy Ali to come.
Pushback being pushed back into the attack at Diglis end with his leg spin. His first ball is pushed off the back foot for a single. Nicely bowled. Just held that one back a bit.
Just up the road at Edgbaston, India 411 for 4. Lead by 591.
Time to declare.
They may have enough now, I think.
Fiddled his bowlers around quite well, I think. Indian captain. Pushback's third spell this. 6th over. 2 for 39. 2 in 2 balls. Good over so far this one. Very good over, well bowled, and applause from his teammates for pushback. Keep an eye on that run rate. Well, keep an eye on Duckworth Lewis, because that probably is as good an indicator as we got of how well they're going. Like 20, and it doesn't really have any validity other than just as a guide to us to understand how the teams stand relative to one another during a run chase. It's usually a pretty good guide, Brian, I think.
It is. I don't think the actual equation will come into play today, mercifully.
No.
Rain is nowhere near.
Nice drive from Thomas Rue, but straight to mid-off. Just sense that Rue is still just finding his feet out there. Just getting used to the pace of the pitch. 14 off 17. Capable of explosive hitting, despite being quite a diminutive character. A shot, bit straighter this time. Fielder at mid-on moves to his left, and they get a single.
England will need somebody, one of these two ideally, to go explosive, won't they? Suryavanshi and later on Malhotra did really lay into the bowlers later on. Moores and Dawkins both tried that and perished. They played really well, both of them. Moores 52, Dawkins 67, but then they went for big shots and found fielders. So at some point the England batters have got to go for those big shots and get away with them.
Another boundary for Flintoff here through the offside. He's played very well as Rocky Flintoff. So far he's on 49. It might be that he plays a big part in this outcome. 100 partnership, beg your pardon, 50 partnership is achieved between Rue and Flintoff, and it's come in fairly quick time. Guha back into the attack, by the way, at the New Road end, replacing Devendran. Bowls, and Flintoff just working this one off his hip, behind square on the left side for a single. That's his 50. Well batted, Rocky Flintoff. 41 deliveries, 6 fours and a 6. Raises his bat skywards. We've seen 2 50s though, and both those players are back in the pavilion. Flintoff needs to go on and make something really significant now. if Worcestershire had done it again, if England are to win this game, pull off this big run chase. Still need 177. That's a lovely shot from Thomas Roux up to long on for a single.
Rocky Flintoff's second half century of the series. He really needs to build it into something really significant. England are going to get over the line here and keep this series alive. 2-1 down in the 5-match series, which concludes here at Worcester on Monday. And India are trying to kill the series today.
Bowls. Ooh, Flintoff, a little nibble outside the off stump. Probably the least positive shot he's played in his entire innings. Just a little fiddle. Most he could have expected was to run it down to third man. Could easily have got a nick. As it was, he missed it. Got away with it. 188 for 3 at the end of the over. 27 overs gone. The run rate is 7. The required rate is 7.7. Been there or thereabouts throughout the chase. And it's still anybody's game.
England are taking a very different path to the one that India took, aren't they? It's been very steady, pretty much 7 and 8 over all the way, whereas India fluctuated between spectacular assaults and then mini collapses. It's much more measured stuff from England. We'll see which approach comes out on top.
This is Malhotra, by the way, into the attack to replace pushback. Good sweep shot from Roux, but just a single. Malhotra, the 6th bowler used, and the 4th slow bowler, the 3rd. They've 3 seamers and 3 spinners, haven't they? To be fair. Don't know if we could say one is more effective than the other on this pitch, really, on the evidence of what we've seen. Flintoff drives inside out, picks up a single. You can probably hear the breeze in our microphones, just a little bit blowy here at New Road this afternoon, but a lovely sight. As Brian was saying, no rain in the forecast. And down the pitch comes Thomas Roux and strikes that one straight down the ground. Hasn't got all of it, only got a couple. Didn't really get hold of it, almost. Well, I just got the sense as he hit it that he was a little bit worried that it wasn't going to clear even the fielder inside the circle at mid-off, as it did. As it was, it did, but it didn't go all the way. Just a couple, but not convincing. Malhotra, very straight, driven straight back at him by Roux, but a tidy over from Malhotra. Just 4 runs coming from it, and at the end of it, 28 gone. 192 for 3, the England score. Google from the New Road end. 6 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 37 so far. Flintoff drives. Lovely shot. Brilliant bit of fielding. Oh my goodness, that could be a game changer. Unbelievably bad luck for Thomas Roux. Flintoff drives it straight back down the ground. Guha gets his hands down to it, gets two hands onto it, and the ball dribbles onto the stumps at the non-striker's end, and England's probably best batsman and captain Thomas Roux is dismissed in the most unfortunate fashion possible, backing up at the non-striker's end. It wasn't even as if he was trying to nick a run really, and cue remarkably vigorous and exuberant celebrations from India, because they know that was cruel luck for Thomas Roux and possibly a game-changing moment.
Oh, Thomas Roux trudging off just in front of us here, thinking cricket can be a cruel game. And I think it took just a moment for even the Indian players to realise what had happened there. It was a reflex, a good piece of fielding by the bowler, because Flintoff cracked that straight drive. Didn't he?
It just dribbled onto the stumps, didn't it? It didn't fly onto the stumps. It dribbled onto them. Very unfortunate.
There was just a split second where I think nobody
could
quite
believe it.
twigged, and then all of a sudden,
Yeah.
everybody realised, and the celebrations for India were long and low. What a huge twist to this fascinating game.
It's a cruel way to go out. Flintoff will need to keep his wits about him now. Even more responsibility on him. I've often said to young cricketers when I've been coaching over the years that the reason, what makes cricket such a testing game, and actually trying to explain it as well to non-cricketers really, what makes it such a testing game mentally is that you can practice all week and be in the best form of your life and be going along beautifully, and then, just as Thomas Roux has there, through absolutely no fault of your own whatsoever, your innings is ended. It could be a bad decision from an umpire, it could be a cruel piece of luck like that, nothing to do with you, and your innings is over, and you have to learn to cope with that. And Thomas Roux, well, I'm sure it won't be the first time, well, it might be the first time it's happened to him, it won't be the last, and he has to deal with it. And that's why cricket is such a cruel game and such a brilliant and challenging and testing game. 3 more to Flintoff there, good running from him. 195 for 4. Run rate creeping towards 8, the required rate. Slower ball from Guha, just dropped down on the onside.
They say cricket's character building, don't they? And that's an example of it. But you are right, because whatever you do in cricket, you can do what you do very well. Bowlers can bowl brilliantly enough, catches drop, can't they? Batsmen can get sawn off or run out like that.
Yeah. And if you're going to play it for a long period of time and be successful, you've got to be able to cope with that. Yeah. Testing game mentally, isn't it? Well bowled, Guha, dropped down on the offside by the new batter, who is James Isbell, yet to get off the mark. Isbell, who's brought into the side today. And quite a challenge for him. Guha in, bowls. Isbell just pushing this one down on the onside. And there's no run end of the over for England. We've had 29 overs. The score is 195 for 4. Flintoff has 54. The men out. Moores 52. Mays without scoring. Dawkins 67. And Roux cruelly run out for 19. The run rate is 6.7. The required rate for the first time has crept over 8. It's 8.1. Just a sense that India are just beginning to exert a bit of control as Malhotra starts a new over. It's a single for Flintoff out on the onside. Difficult time for Isbell to come in now with the run rate creeping up. Needs to settle in but hasn't got too long. And he's off the mark with a little dab, a little chopping sort of paddle round the corner. England have been set 608 to win against India. If they pull that off, I bow to Bazball. The single here. Good over. Just exerting a bit of authority there. Run rate's crept up to 8.3, the required rate.
James Isbell coming in for his first game of the series. Middlesex player. Productive time with England under 19s, century against Scotland, runs against Ireland as well. Now he's got a pressure situation to deal with. He needs to support Rocky Flintoff, on whom England's hopes really rest. They need 166 from 20. A wretched piece of luck that was, wasn't it, Frank?
Yeah.
Really, it's amazing. We've seen a lot of great cricket today, some wonderful batting, some very good catching, some good bowling, and yet a piece of luck can also do so much to shape the game, can't it?
Yeah, absolutely. That's why we love it, I guess. Love it so much. You can call it fickle, you can call it, to use Steve Rhodes, the former Worcestershire head coach here and Bangladesh head coach incidentally as well, and may be known to a lot of people who are watching in the subcontinent, often refers to almost another run out there as Isbell sets off for a non-existent single. Steve Rhodes calls it mother cricket and says mother cricket will always have the last word, so when you're doing really well, don't get too carried away and think you've made it. When you're doing badly, don't get too down. Mother cricket has a way of evening things out. If you get too cocky, she'll make sure that you are brought down to earth, and if you get too down, she'll pick you up when she needs to. Respect mother cricket, and there's a lot in that. I mean, you don't have to call it mother cricket, but there's a lot in that sort of sentiment, I think. Slower ball, which Isbell just steers out on the offside, and there's a little bit of uncertainty about the running now. You can feel that. It's understandable. But the 200 is up for England. A further 165 runs required. 4 down, 20 overs left, 160 off 20, very gettable, but when you 4 down, perhaps a little bit tougher than it might otherwise be. Again, slight uncertainty in the running as Ambrish has come back into the attack, I should have said, at the New Road end, and having got that one run out and nearly had another one, India are on full alert out there, and England are perhaps a little bit less confident than they were between the wickets. Another quite well disguised slower ball, I would suggest, from Ambrish, and Isbell is through the shot a little bit too early, taking on the chest, gives it a rueful rub, walks away, trying not to show that he's in any kind of pain. But good bowling.
Yeah, good bowling indeed, and it'll just take a couple of overs that just leak 5 or 6, won't it? And that'll get the run rate really
over 9
escalating.
Yeah. And there's a wicket. So Isbell's gone. Big wicket for India, and Ambrish in particular. Short outside off stump, cut by Isbell straight into the midriff of the man at backward point. And England lose their 5th wicket. And you just feel with the loss of every wicket at the moment, particularly that really cruel run out, that the chances of them chasing down this big score, 3-6 the target, are fading slightly, and India may well wrap up this series here today.
Isbell may feel a little hard done by a yard either side, and it would have been 4 as the saying goes, but then the fielder was there, and you could argue that he could have placed it differently. He clipped it very, very firmly right into the heart of the fielder, so it's not to be James Isbell's day, and England needs somebody just stick in there with a Rocky Flintoff.
They need Flintoff to have a blinder and somebody to just support him along the way. Somebody's got to get near to 3 figures, I think, and Flintoff's the only one who's really got a chance of doing that now. He's on 58 off 51. Needs some positive support from the other end. It's not impossible.
Ralphie Albert is the man that's just joined him out there now.
But it gets tougher with the fall of every wicket, doesn't it?
163 to win from 19 overs. The light just starting to fade a little. Now what does Rocky Flintoff do here, Frank? We need to keep that run rate
in a difficult
down,
situation, isn't he?
He mustn't get out.
He's in a difficult situation. Picks up a 1. I think India have played this extremely well.
They have, yes. Suryavanshi was a bit sluggish to start with,
Yeah,
but
apart from that. But I meant in the field, seriously, I think they've managed it pretty well. Even when England were doing well, they just kept a lid on it. There weren't any really loose overs, 1 or 2 overs where England played particularly good shots, but as you commented, very tight, only 3 wides so far. Quite disciplined cricket. This one cut away. Substitute fielder out on the boundary does the fielding. And the run rate just creeping now up towards 9. Pressure on Flintoff growing. And this is good bowling too from Malhotra. in his third over. Only conceded 10 so far. Flintoff pushes out on the offside, keeps a strike, a run out, he's run him out. Flintoff pushed it out on the offside, called Albert through. Fielder, bowler quickly onto it, underarm to the keeper, clear run out, giving it from here, we're nicely sideways on, and poor old Ralphie Albert has been run out for 3, and England are just buckling a little bit under that pressure that I was talking about, being cleverly built by the Indian side, and they are in a bit of trouble, it must be said now, at 205 for 6.
Well, a very different sort of.
क्रीमी आलू पनीनी मेरा कमाल
इसका कमाल. Fun Foods Veg Mayonnaise by Dr. Oetker, now also in stripes.
Morgan is the new batter. And that was the end of the over, and the run rate has crept up to 8.8 now, the required rate. Beautiful shot from Sebastian Morgan to get off the mark, leaning into that, driving it through the offside. Glorious, glorious shot. Good response from Ambrish, holding that one back. Morgan just dropping it down on the onside, unable to do anything with it. $210 for 6 then, England. 192 for 3 when Rue was run out. Lovely shot again from Morgan, but only a single this time. Fielder running across to his left. Another substitute, I think. $211 for 6. Actually, it wasn't a substitute. I think it was Guha running across to his left. Yes, it was. Ambrish in his 7th over. Bowls, and Flintoff can't do any more than just pick up a single. And at some point, somebody has got to, as you said, Brian, go big in some way, because the run rate is going to be over 9, I would have thought, at the end of this over, the required rate, and they're going along at only 6.5. 152 more needed. It's not impossible. Jack Home with his pads on in front of us in the dugout. perfectly capable of pulling back to ball. Got 100 for Worcestershire's second team a couple of weeks ago. But it's a tall order. And that's a lovely drive from Morgan, but straight to the Indian captain, Martre, at mid-off, and that is the end of the over. So 33 gone, 17 left, and that run rate, as I say, ever closer to 9. It's crept up now to 8.9.
As you say, Frank, the Indian bowling fielding has built pressure, hasn't it? It's
absolutely.
Been well wielded by the skipper, and they have forced England into a position now where they've got to take big risks.
Yeah. They have.
And if England can take them and get away with it, well then they'll deserve to win.
Yeah. And there's a big shot from Flintoff, gone all the way, that one I think, for 6 over mid-wicket. First ball of a new over from Malhotra, I think it is, and Flintoff has done what we saw Suryavanshi do so much in the Indian innings, which is take a 6 off the first ball of the over and put a bit of pressure on the bowler. The truth is, he probably needs to find the boundary at least once more in the over. Changing the field as Suryavanshi is called into the circle from in front of us at deep cover, and a man is dispatched to deep mid-wicket where that last one went. What will Flintoff's response be? He's on 67, the big man from Lancashire, and his response is to play a very deft little dab into short third for a single.
7 from the first 2 balls. Now NG will hope to bottle up the newer batter. Got a couple of dot balls in the bank, and that's all they need to do. Probably a couple of dot balls now from here, and the pressure will keep on building. What's Morgan got in his locker? Good batting. Sensible batting. Return Rocky Flintoff to the strike.
Got runs earlier in this series. Did he get runs in the one that England won, Morgan?
He's batted a couple of times, I think. Not been out yet in the series.
A shot from Flintoff straight down the ground.
20 not out at Northampton. 10 not out in the second game at Northampton. Needs something a little bit bigger from him today if England are going to pull this off. 143 needed. 17.2 overs.
I suppose what you're hoping, and it's a bit like you try and calculate, guess what might happen in a T20 run chase. What the England coaching staff will be hoping here is that they can probably, still be in the game with 5 overs to go, even if they need 60. Well bowled, Malhotra. Last ball just held back a little bit, deceived Flintoff a little bit. 222 for 6 at the end of 34. Yeah, if even if you need 60 off the last 5, if you've got 3 wickets in hand and somebody in who's got, say, 50 or 60, you just got a chance, haven't you? If you go too soon, if you go too mad, you end up getting bowled out, not taking it deep, as they say, and it's not going to happen. I think, to be fair, if we're honest, if you take Suryavanshi out of the game, and probably 2 much more even sides, but of course he is perfectly legitimately in the Indian side, and I just get the feeling that they've just been a little bit more polished in their cricket. But that said, only 3 of them reached 20, just that 2 of them went on to pretty decent hundreds.
I think that the England team debrief may address the wides tally as well. That's an awful lot of runs
Yeah.
that you're hemorrhaging. And
If you knock 20 off that total, it doesn't look so daunting.
yeah, well, it's probably more than 20 in a way, isn't it? Because there's probably a few more.
Yeah, exactly.
So
Yeah, you're quite right.
27
Yeah.
wides plus
Yeah.
27 extra balls. So I reckon you're looking at 50, 60 runs there.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
who
absolutely.
knows how many of those extra balls went for boundaries.
Mhm.
And if England were chasing 90 off the last 16 overs instead of 142.
Yeah.
So I think,
100%.
but as we've said, the mitigation is, I think they tried to bowl a little bit wide because they were bowling against two incredible batsmen that were flaying them, and some of the sixes, particularly that Suryavanshi hit, they were from good balls, weren't they? Balls which had no right to be disappearing out of the ground, but that's the quality of that young man.
Absolutely.
We have a drinks break.
We do. Quite a few T20 games going to be taking place in England tonight. Lancashire Lightning actually playing Derbyshire Falcons. Have already started. Lancashire won 78 for 6, Derbyshire 81 for 4 in reply. Sussex are playing Hampshire tonight at Hove. So plenty of cricket going on around the UK at the moment, as well as all the league stuff, and plenty of T20 stuff tomorrow. I'll be off to Northampton myself to watch Worcestershire in 2 games against Northamptonshire, women first and men second in the T20 competitions.
And England have lost an early wicket at
They had
Edgbaston,
indeed.
so
Yeah.
India on top in both contests at the moment.
And a bowling change here. I think it's push back, coming back into the attack at the New Road end. 2 for 40 so far from his 6. They've kept the bowler changes going with India, not allowed anybody really to bowl more than a spell of about 4 overs. Pushback is in and bowls, and this is driven by Morgan into the covers. That required rate now 8.9. Just becoming a little bit tougher all the time. Pushback in again, bowls short, and an attempted pull away on the leg side by Morgan. Takes him on the pad, runs away to short fine leg, well, deep fine leg really. Fielder pursues it. They pick up a couple. 224 for 6. One more to that. Nice drive down the ground. I can't help myself looking at Suryavanshi fielding here. He's probably about 10-12 yards away from us, looking fresh-faced and youthful, as you might imagine. This one driven down the ground for a single, and you just look at him and you think, how on earth can you hit the ball as far as you do? Because he really did hit some monstrous shots today, didn't he? The timing was perfect.
Yeah.
Nicely bowled. My pushback, pushed away on the offside, and another run out. A direct hit this time. I thought he might have been in this time, but Morgan has gone. He called it, I think, pushed it out on the offside, went for the run, and a good bit of fielding, a direct hit, and a third run out as the England innings begins to fall apart a little bit. Just had a look at the replay on this one. He'd set off a bit late, Morgan. Good bit of work throw on the run, direct hit, and yeah, well, I haven't seen a clear indication from sideways on yet of the moment that the ball actually hit. Don't know whether we will be able to see that, but umpire had no hesitation, and Jack Home is the new man. I think Jack Home will try and be positive, tends to be the way that he plays. But 3 run-outs, I think one of them desperately unfortunate, but the other 2 probably telling their own story. As sadly, this England innings is just falling away.
Yes, 3 run-outs tell the story, although the first one, of course, horribly unlucky. The second and third, a little careless.
And almost a wicket, and Flintoff chips one up in the air, and Surrey eventually proves that he is human, mortal, by running in and diving forward and not really picking it up, and unable to turn what could have been a catching opportunity into that. Just sort of smothered the ball and they took a single. So 227 for 7 at the end of that over. A third run out in the last 4 wickets, and the England men out. Moores 52, Mays 0, Dawkins 67, Rue 19, Isbell 2, Albert 3, Morgan 8. Not out. Flintoff on 71 and Home yet to get off the mark. The run rate has crept over 9 now, the required rate 9.1. England need 137 and they have 15 overs left. The first of those being bowled by Malhotra, cut away to backward point, no run. Flintoff drives second ball up to long off. And a boundary for Jack Home. Cut away on the offside by the Worcestershire man. As I say, he's no slouch with the bat, isn't Home, but he only knows one way to play really, and that is to be as positive as possible. I think he's off the mark. Just forward and pushing this one out on the offside. Chowan the bowler, I think I said it was Malhotra early in the over, I beg your pardon. Chowan completes his 5th over. 1 for 39, I think his figures, and 232 for 7. At the end of the over, the run rate now required is 9.4.
India closing in on a series victory, and we'd have to say today, with brilliant batting and good disciplined bowling, they are deserved winners.
Although Rocky Flintoff begs to differ, using his feet to turn the first ball of this over from pushed back into a full toss and driving it beautifully straight down the ground. 2 men long off and long on, very straight, converged on it, but it literally was almost as straight as it is possible to hit it, and it goes to the boundary. Beautiful shot from him. He goes to 76. Hopes remain alive while he's still out there, and he drives again on the offside. He wants 2, and he'll get them too as Jack Home turns. So Flintoff almost, I wouldn't go as far as to say on him depend England's only hopes, but wouldn't be too much of a stretch to say that. He is 78 not out. If he produced the innings of his lifetime and got some support, there might still be a chance. Push back in, bowls. That's nicely bowled, quick delivery, and Flintoff is deceived by it. Stranger things have happened, but the odds, if there was a wasp calculation, it would be about 90-10, I should think, 95-15, but that's massive from Flintoff. Big slog sweep into the seats just to the left of the Graham Hick Pavilion. Beautiful shot from Rocky Flintoff. He really does look the part, and he's moved on to 84 with that shot. Beautifully struck, and while he's there, hopes are alive. He's forward to this one, pushing out on the offside, and not surprisingly this time a scream of no from Jack Home at the non-strike zone. We don't want another run out, he thinks. We've had 3, that will do for 1 innings. 244 for 7. Another single for Flintoff here. Might even get another 2. Home turns and indeed runs back. Good running. End of the over. Good over from the England point of view. 246 for 7 at the end of the over, and 13 runs coming from it. Flintoff 84 off 69. England need a further 118 runs from 13 overs.
Which again, in this era, you wouldn't say is out of the question.
If you had a couple more wickets,
if it was 4 or 5 wickets, yeah.
Pushback continues. Chowan continues, I should say. Pushback, I mean, just finished his over. Dabbed out on the onside by Home. That was a good over from Chowan. Kept things pretty tight. He's done pretty well, actually, to be fair 248 for 7, just 2 runs from that over. That's really good effort at this stage, isn't it? And Sharon, 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 44. It's bowled pretty well. They all have. I mean, nobody's bowled badly for India. Fielder, he probably looks as though he lacks a little bit of experience. He's not as quick over the ground as perhaps some of the older members of the side, and his arm doesn't appear to be that strong, but that's what I'd expect at his age. But I'm sure as he grows in experience and plays more at this level, his fielding will develop very quickly. It just has to. As Deepesh is in again and bowls, and Flintoff drives on the offside. Just one this time, and I always use as the best example of this a player that plays for Worcestershire, the county that play their home games here, Kashif Ali, a product of what we call in England the South Asian Cricket Academy, which has produced quite a few players who've entered full-time professional cricket, but quite late in their careers. And Kashif was mid-20s when he came into it, on the back of some outstanding batting performances. Got into the Worcestershire first team, first of all in white ball cricket, then in red. Just break off his deepest balls, that's well bowled, clever change of pace, disguised, and he beats home outside the off stump. And when he first started, his batting was clearly up to standard required, but his fielding wasn't, and he struggled a little bit in the field, just in terms of, I think, probably the length of the games that they were playing and just the intensity of it. And was found wanting in a few areas, but worked at it and pretty quickly developed his fielding and became a fielder that is almost as good as everybody else, and you don't really notice. And I guess that Suryavanshi as a young lad is a little bit behind the others in terms of his fielding, but I don't think anybody's going to tell him. Maybe just quietly one of the coaches, but none of his teammates, because he might say, well, you're a bit behind me on the batting, mate. I'm sure he wouldn't, but he would be entitled to, because what he did today, we saw 2 beautiful hundreds. We keep repeating this if you weren't with us earlier. Suryavanshi's 143 off 78 balls was extraordinary, but Malhotra's 129 off 121 balls was also very impressive. And there have been some other impressive performances. Flintoff here is impressing as he moves sedately on to 88, and the 250 comes up for England. 89 in fact of Flintoff off 75, but he's in danger of running out of partners, and I think he's really caught between a rock and a hard place here, Brian. He can't really. If he gets out, it's all over. If he doesn't get on with it, then it's all over.
Yeah.
Deepesh to home. Home goes big over the offside. That'll probably go all the way for 4. Indeed it will, down to the boundary near the hotel. Jack Home given a bit of room. Lights the last ball of the over away to the boundary. And the over is concluded. 11 left. 109 needed to win. The required rate 9.9. Flintoff on 89. Can he become the 3rd centurion of the day?
Well, Jack Holmes got a first-class batting average of 45, which is about 24 yards.
Yeah, Chairman, he's done that before, hasn't he? Clever variation. Quicker as well. He does mix it up. This one tucked away on the onside. They'll come back for 2 this time, I think, as the fielder comes in from on, and had that throw hit direct, we might have had a 4th run out. As it was, it missed. Home was airborne, dived in, just got home. Need a boundary, I would say, in this over. Easier said than done. Sharon bowling nicely. 4 off the over so far. He's in, he bowls, and Flintoff cuts, but straight to the fielder at backward point. Malhotra, that fielder, and there is no run. Good from Chowan, 1 for 48, coming to the end of his 7th. And a really good flat quick delivery, the last ball of the over. Flintoff can only take a single off it, he'll keep the strike. So there we go, we have 10 overs left and 104 required. Run rate 10.4, even I can work that out. Flintoff on 93 off 80, Jack Home on 11 off 13. And I can't help but feel that the major turning point in this game, second half of it anyway, and you know what I'm going to say, it was the run out of Thomas Rue, backing up at the non-striker's end. A drive from Flintoff hit the hands of the bowler, and it almost in slow motion the ball dribbled back onto the stumps. Rue was stranded. It took everybody on the ground a split second or two to take in exactly what had happened. Cue enormous celebrations from the Indians.
Rue and Flintoff had added 60 in 9 overs. It was a nice little partnership that was developing there, but
yeah, indeed. Deepesh in again from the new road end, driven out on the offside. A slight misfield by the captain at mid-off, but only a single. They need, I mean, one big over, 120 or 18 or something, might just get the train back on the tracks a little bit. And if they can get to, I don't know, get to 300 before the 44th, 45th over, they might still believe. But it's a big ask. And at the moment, I think, I keep trying to say this, and I've tried to say it in about 8 different ways, but at the moment I would say that the balance of power between the teams as reflected in the score is just about right.
absolutely.
Home, square drive, spinning away behind square on the offside, single taken.
On the evidence of today, I'd say that India's supporters can rest easy in the fact that there's a lot of very rich talent coming through, ready to knock on the test team door and the limited overs cricket door.
Flintoff drives. Good bit of fielding by Matra, the captain at mid-off. One-handed stop, they get a single. Rocky Flintoff played really well, 94 off 81. You just feel that if one of the top 6 had been able to stay with him and play a more significant innings, it might have been a different story. Change in the field, and being sent out to Kumar being sent out to deep mid-wicket. Man being brought up from long leg into the circle. In fact, Kumar coming back into the circle now at mid-wicket. No, he's being sent back, and the man from long on is coming in. So they're saying they're expecting Home to go a little bit across the line here, probably, and on the leg side. Try and get it full and straight. Goes short, and in fact he's got him with a short one. He's gone for a big hit. Bottom edge. Down onto the stumps, and Jack Home turns around in dismay. He's gone for 12. Deepesh picks up his first wicket, and England are 263 for 7.
I know criticism of Jack Home there. He was placed in a very difficult situation, into which Minto now strides. And India are closing out this game really well, very professionally, very solidly. When you've got a team down, and when you have a bit of luck, as they did with Rue's dismissal, then the good teams are ruthless and exploit it, and that's what they're doing. Well played, India.
Yep, professional is the word. I think they've gone about their business in very, very impressive style. You could say that there was a little bit of mayhem in their batting, a little bit of lack of focus as they innings fell away quite badly. In fact, from at one stage 327 for 4 to 363 for 9. Maybe a little bit of inexperience there. However, they've been very, very impressive in the second half, and 2 of them were very, very impressive in the first half. The new batsman is James Minto. Just steers this one, well, tries to steer it down the offside, doesn't get a bat on it, through to the keeper. End of the over. 263 for 8. 101 needed off 54 balls. Maybe more importantly, it would be very nice to see Rocky Flintoff go to 3 figures. He's probably deserved to do so. Pushed out this one on the offside by Minto. So Flintoff, can he get his 100? 96 not out. It would be nice personal milestone for him, I think, despite the fact that it looks like being a losing cause. And plays and misses at this one outside the off stump from Chowan. Bright sunshine now, beautiful evening. Really is, best weather of the day so far. That one bowled from 24 yards again, tucked away on the onside by Flintoff. Thinks about 2, not going to happen. Minto just steering this one behind square on the offside. 97 off 49 balls. I think what we'll see probably is Flintoff, if he gets to his 100, just think, well, I've just got to go for everything now and see if I can pull off a miracle. Steers that one down behind square. Gets another single, goes to 98 at the end of the over to 267 for 8. Becomes 268 for 8 at the end of the over, and England require 96 more to win in 8 overs. So 12 and over required. I doubt that's going to happen, but Flintoff, I think, will probably try and bring up this 100, get the 2 runs he needs, and then you might as well see if he can smash it out the park. It's the only chance that England have. Excellent performance from the Indians. Deepish it is from the New Road end, bowls and right in the block hole, and Flintoff drives out on the offside and says no, not having one. So they're giving him one, an attempt to bowl at Minto, and Flintoff turns it down.
I'm not quite sure about that strategy.
No, nor am I.
You need every run.
You do. I mean, does that suggest that any attempt to win the game is gone? If it does, seems a bit pointless. Deepesh bowls, Flintoff drives, this time will take one, will he come back for 2? He will come back for 2. Minto is in, just in, and that is Flintoff's 100. Applause for Rocky Flintoff. A brilliant effort, just hasn't quite had the support that he might have had, but a brilliant effort. 87 balls, 7 fours, 3 sixes, and 100 for a famous name. Rocky Flintoff takes the score to 270 for 8, and now I think he has simply got to try and clear the ropes. Certainly heaves this one away on the leg side, but it's only going to be 1. But he's got the 100, and there is no point now in doing anything other than trying to win it, because there's no credit for a draw. Makes no difference whether you finish 10 short or 50 short. You've got to go for a win. And Minto is in agreement with me, I think, because that one's short and he's whacked it for 6. I can't quite describe the shot. It's a pull shot, it's a swivelling pull shot. Wasn't looking at it. Ian Botham circa 1981 Headingley, there were a few like that in that innings where he hit the ball for 6 and wasn't looking at it at the time, but he got enough bat on it to clear that boundary, and he goes to 8. But that's what they've got to do.
Could that be the start of the most sensational run chase?
No. In a word. Deepish in again, bowls, and slower ball, clever bowling, well done. It's a wide, but how many times have we said that today? There have not been many wides, it's only the 4th wide in this innings. But I think I've said a couple of times well bowled, and Jack Home was bowling earlier. I said well bowled a couple of times when he bowled a wide, because what he did was he deceived the batsman, he took the pace off it. Minto was through the shot, we all thought it was cleverly bowled, and it was in that sense, but he just didn't quite get the line right. He's in again now. Minto back and beaten by a good one. With back deep in the crease, looking to force it off the back foot, but well bowled from Deepish. Quite a few bowlers, I think, today. You would look at the figures, and we said it earlier, particularly with regard to Albert in the Indian innings. You would look at the figures and say, well, I think he's bowled better than that. And I'd say that about Deepish here, in his 9th over, 1 for 65. He seems to have done better than that. But it's been a high-scoring game, and there will be some damaged figures as he beats the bat again outside the off stump. So well bowled that over in the end, even though he went for a 6 off a shot that Minto wasn't even looking at. And Deepish has figures now of 9 overs, no maidens, 1 for 65, and I would say, as with a few other bowlers, I think he's bowled a bit better than that. I'd probably say that about all the figures, and maybe that says more about the fact that we've got to adjust our thinking about bowling figures these days, Brian, in white ball games.
Yeah.
And going for 6 and over is actually pretty good.
Absolutely. The days of the Gillette Cup and 12 overs, 4 for 16, I think.
Or 8 overs, 8 maidens in the Sunday League.
That is incredible, isn't it? Is it Brian Langford?
Yeah, absolutely.
And at no point during those 48 deliveries did anybody think, "Oh, I'm going to
have a ramp."
Yeah.
Oh, Flintoff has fetched this one away for 6 on the leg side. He hardly hit that. He's just let it come. He's reached for it. Ambush, the bowler, by the way, has been introduced into the attack at the Diglis end, and just an effortless little flick over mid-wicket. Just beautifully picked up by Flintoff. Superb shot. Could be in for a bit of entertainment, if nothing else, in the next few overs. I think they've just got to go for it. Up to nearly 12 and over required, but they're still in it. Just. What did I say? 60 off 5. I said was possible if you had 3 or 4 wickets in hand. They need 80 off 41 deliveries at the moment. Ooh, and he's out. LBW. Nice bit of bowling from Ambush. Very full Yorker in the block hole. Hit him on the foot. They nearly always give you out if you hit full on the foot in the block hole. And Flintoff's excellent innings comes to an end. He's LBW for 107. And that surely is that.
For 107, 91 balls.
You say that. Is it out of the question that England's last pair could find 80 in the last 6.4 overs?
Yeah. In a word. Well played, Rocky Flintoff. A very, very good effort from him. Warm applause for him. A splendid attempt, but he was unable to do it. Didn't really have the support that he needed. I still look back to that very unfortunate run out of James Rue with the score on 192 for 3 as being a turning point, and since then Rocky Flintoff almost single-handedly has kept England clinging on in the game to the faintest hope, but unable, I'm afraid, to take it all the way. And now Tazeem Ali is out there, and you know more about his batting than I do, Brian. I suspect that he is a number 11 because he's not the best in the side.
He's not the best in the side. He can hold a bat. Whether he's capable of getting 80 in 6.4 overs against a very good India bowling attack, I'm not so sure.
Right, thank you for that insight. From one Warwickshire man assessing another, even though Brian claims to be from Arbroath.
I'm just looking at this young man in front of us. He's been fielding in front of us, Surya Vanchi, hasn't he, for the last 2 hours. I think later on in our lives, if he does turn out to be as great as he could be.
That's a nice little shot from Tazeem, his first ball. Gets a single.
This will be a day to look back on, when we saw him.
Yeah, I agree. And we might see him again on Monday. He might have a rest, we don't know, but it's not a day I'll forget. I mean, it's been really special. I'm very, very, very fortunate to have been here.
I also think he's looked over a couple of times and said, look at those 2 distinguished fellas in the headphones over there. What an honour it is for me to be playing in front of them.
Yeah. Who on earth are they? Probably thinks we're DJs doing a public address, isn't he?
Or an outing.
He has looked though. Yeah, you're right. He has looked a couple of times. Full toss. Outside the off stump, and Minto squeezes it away for 4. So they're still alive in this game. It's not beyond mathematical possibility. Big wide full toss that one, and sliced away. but it's over to all intents and purposes. Minto, though, moves on to 12. 289 for 9. Probably be nice to get 300 up for England. But they haven't been hopeless, they haven't been hammered, but they've just been dealt with, I would say, by a slightly more mature bowling attack in many ways. More of a unit. Minto drops this one down the offside. We're going to have another run out. No, we're not. He doesn't let go of the ball. Could have done. Definitely on. Could have thrown to either end and had a chance. But decided against it.
It'd be very interesting to see this India bowling attack bowling at Suryavanshi actually and see what.
Absolutely. Yeah,
that is a different challenge entirely, isn't it?
I have a guess that they'd probably suffer in the same way that the England attack did. Really. Just imagine being that good at anything, Brian. Oh, that's a great shot from Tazim Ali. Sliced away in absolutely perfect Dawkins style over backward point and down to third man for 4. Brilliant effort. Tazim Ali on 5 off just 2 deliveries. 294 for 9. 6 overs left. 70 runs required. Well, I said 60 off 5, but I was thinking if you're only 7 wickets down and somebody was still in who had 70 or 80, it's not going to happen. But they've kept trying, the England lads. It's been a superb demonstration of burgeoning talent from both sides here at Worcester today, and well worth being here to see Malhotra's 100, Suryavanshi's amazing ball striking, and a great English name, Rocky Flintoff, son of Andrew, also reaching 3 figures.
And for those viewers and listeners within reach of Worcester, come on Monday.
Yeah.
The series is India's 3-1. Still one very good game of cricket to watch.
Yeah, come on Monday, by all means. Round the wicket comes Devendran, bowling his last over, 1 for 65 from 9 so far. And he is bowling to the left-handed James Minto. Durham left arm over the wicket seamer. He bowled pretty well earlier today. 8 overs, no ends, 1 for 49. I think in the context of this game, absolutely tremendous. And he drives square of the wicket. And Suryavanshin can't get round. And it is a boundary. 298 for 9. Minto is 17. 18 now as he cuts this one away. And again, Suryavanshi is the fielder. Guha, the bowler. Devendran, 9 overs, no ends, 1 for 65. Guha reintroduced for this over at the new road end of the ground. 1 for 44 for him so far, and he's 8th. And Tazim Ali on strike. One run away then from 300. And there it is, as he slices that away to deep backward point.
England's 300 winger, 42 over.
Well bowled, Guhart. Yorker dug out by Minto. End of the over. 301 for 9. Not the end of the over, I beg your pardon. One ball left. Wicketkeeper deceived me. I thought he was setting off for the other end. .63 needed of 31 deliveries. If they were 7 down, you would genuinely be thinking you could get these 12 and over off 5. Not impossible, but with 9 down, a faint hope and no more. As Taz Ali just steers this one out square on the offside, and there is no run. There is one run, I beg your pardon. Last ball of the over, 301 for 9. .302 for 9 at the end of that over. So I was saying earlier, if there were 5 overs left and they needed 60 to win and they had 3 wickets in hand, they'd have a chance. Well, we're almost there. 5 overs left. They need 62 to win. It's just over 12 and over. But they're 9 down. So dot ball to start the 46th over, which is being bowled by pushback from the Diglis end. He bowls and that's smashed down the ground for 6. That's a super shot from Taz Ali. So hope springs eternal. England still clinging on to a faint hope with that straight 6, 308 for 9. Pleased to say that we've had over 750,000 viewers to our live stream today, and over 10,000 of you have already subscribed to the Worcestershire YouTube channel. I would love that to be a few more, so feel free if you're watching the stream as he goes back and hits this down the ground, and he is caught. That's the end. Dropped a bit short, hit down the ground and caught it long on. So India are the winners. A valiant effort by England. They finish on 308 all out in 45.3 overs. India the winners. Just to go back to my previous point before I recap on all the activity today, we've had over 10,000 of you subscribe to our Worcestershire CCC YouTube channel. We'd love that to be a few more. If you're watching and you haven't subscribed and you'd like to do so, please do so, and that will boost our subscribers, the figure for our subscribers, and we would love that here at Visit Worcestershire New Road, where India have beaten England in this 4th one-day international, and the winning margin, we'll just work out in a minute, is 55 runs. I think 55 runs, the winning margin. And just to give you the Indian bowling figures, Guhar finished with figures of 8 overs, 1 maiden, and no wicket for 48. Sharon, 8 overs, no maidens, 1 for 54. Ambrish, 8 overs, no maidens, 2 for 55. Pack, 8.2 overs, no maidens, 2 for 63. Malhotra, 4 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 21. And Devendran, 9 overs, no maidens, 65 runs and 1 wicket. Minto finished unbeaten on 19, and the last man out was Ali, who was caught at long on by Charan off push pack for 13. Big difference is that there were only 6 extras in that England innings, 4 wides and 2 leg byes, 308 all out in 45.3 overs, and India deserved winners of a very good contest between 2 very good sides, and they go 3-1 up and take the series with 1 game left to play. That game will be here on at Visit Worcestershire New Road, the same 2 sides. There might be 1 or 2 changes, and we'll be back to cover that game again for you. Myself, Frank Watson, Brian Halford, who has been alongside me all day, and very many thanks to him for his company and his insight. And we'll also be joined on Monday by Matt Howes. So there'll be 3 of us here on Monday to bring you the action. We'll be very much hoping that we can see some brilliant cricket again. We saw some brilliant cricket today, particularly memorable from Suryavanshi, 143 of 78 balls, 13 fours and 10 sixes, another 100 as well in that Indian innings from Malhotra, 100 of different character but of great quality, 129 for him. England fought back well, 363 for 9 in 50 overs. India were off to a good start, half century from Moore's 52 and a half century from Dawkins 67, both of them getting out, and thereafter only Rocky Flintoff with 107 really making a significant contribution, possibly a turning point when Thomasrud was run out in the cruelest fashion, backing up at the non-striker's end. But England kept going right to the end, and even at the very end Taz Ali was trying to hit another 6 to keep them in touch when he lost his wicket, and they ended up 308 all out in 45.3 overs, and India win by 55 runs. Very, very many thanks for your company and for your comments and for your messages today. As I say, feel free to subscribe to the Worcestershire County Cricket Club YouTube channel if you would like to. And until Monday morning, when we will be back here at New Road, this is Frank Watson on behalf of Worcestershire County Cricket Club and of Brian Halford, my colleague, saying a very good evening to you, or a very good afternoon, or good morning wherever you are in the world, and thank you very much for being with us. over. And there we go. First fireworks of the day. A big 6 over long on. Magnificent shot from Suryavanshi. Wasn't a particularly bad delivery from Morgan. In fact, it was just outside off stump, but it was in the slot, wasn't it? It was just on the length, and he moved his feet across to the offside and got it almost inside it, and well, it was effortless. Magnificent shot.
Yes, he was incredibly quick to judge the line and the length, isn't it? And
just remarkable.
The way it went.
Morgan's response will be interesting. He's in, bowls, and that's another one. This time slightly on the offside. That's 6 more. A very good catch off the rebound by a man in the crowd, one-handed, but the rebound was off the advertising hoardings about 10 feet above him, so that was huge.
Only just stayed in the ground.
Goodness me. What does Morgan do now? This is a real test. This is why it's such great experience, isn't it, as well, for everybody, for the bowlers as well, because he's now, the salt is on and he knows what's coming. He's got to try and find a response. What will that be? Well, it is to just bowl a slightly slower and slightly shorter delivery. Decent response, I think, from Morgan to having been hit for those 2 6s, and Suryavanshi slightly deceived by it, just gets a single, just stopped his shot really and dropped it down on the onside.
It's the sound of a siren going past. I wonder if the warned motorists in New Road, there could be something landing.
Yeah, there could be.
From the cricket ground. Two exceptional shots from Suryavanshi.
Yeah. 14 years old. Goodness me. So he has gone to 22 from 16 deliveries, but it's Malhotra on strike. And a leave outside the off stump. Morgan coming to the end of his 4th over, might well be thinking just about the right time to come out to the attack.
Yes, there's Mel. Penny for the thoughts of the bowlers to come as they get ready to come into the firing line.
Nicely bowled by Morgan, but nicely played too by Malhotra. Just soft hands, just taking the pace off it. Single down to 3rd man. Just going back to a point I made earlier, I mean it is a lovely thought that in a few years' time 3 or 4 of these lads from either side might be playing in Test cricket, and we can think how we watch their development. There's bound to be a few. There's bound to be some from this game that progress. Very, very likely that Suryavanshi might be one of them. And another magnificent shot, given room by Morgan, to be fair, but down on one knee and striking it over extra cover with a full flourish of the bat. Sorry, it's Malhotra this time. Lovely shot, cleared the front leg and just beautifully played. So he gets his 2nd boundary, and that was an expensive over from Morgan, having started so well. That was pretty punishing stuff from this Indian pair, and that over has ended up going for 18 runs, 46 for 1 at the end of 7. Looking dangerous.
Yes, India flicked the switch in that over. The first 2 balls, mighty and very, very well played 6s. There's nothing sloggy about them, was there? They were just beautifully struck by Suryavanshi. One fetched from outside off stump, and the next one almost out of the ground. Wonderful batting. India 46 for 1 after 7, starting to lay down a good solid foundation after the England bowlers Morgan and Minto have actually bowled pretty well.
Jack Home is introduced into the attack at the Diglis end. He starts with a good Yorker. This is Home playing at home. He's a Worcestershire player, although he comes from Shropshire, and a very, very strong cricketing family, brothers and dads and uncles. Home family, well known in Shropshire cricket circles. Made a pretty sensational start when he came into the Worcestershire side in the One Day Cup last season. Limited experience since then. Got a bit of pace. That's nicely played by Malhotra on the offside, no run. Yes, he's not a broad-shouldered tank of a fast bowler, Jack Home. He's a slippery sort of character in terms of his build and his pace, but there's something there. He gets it through pretty sharply, and he can bat too. High hopes for him here at New Road, but early days. Nobody's getting too carried away. In he comes again now. A little bit wide, that one. Called wide by umpire. So just a little bit loose in terms of line today. The Worcestershire, the England seamers, that's the 6th wide that they've sent down. Just the signs that the sun might be about to break through here at New Road. Home is in again and bowls. Oh, that's a good one. Little bit of bounce from Home. Just a shame from his point of view that it wasn't a little bit straighter. Malhotra played it well in the end, just dropped his hands, I think, underneath it, to be fair. But if that had been 6 inches straighter, then I think he might have been discomforted. And he just indicates with his arm and a gesture to his partner that a little bit of unevenness in terms of the bounce. Home is in again, and yeah, just on the blue line, just not quite a wide. Testing the patience of Malhotra, hoping that he might just chase one out there that he doesn't need to. Still got to slip in.
Malhotra so far showing lots of patience. There's still lots of time in the innings, isn't there?
Yeah, absolutely.
50 over.
Yeah.
It's a long time to bat.
And that's for this time. Home errs not just in line but also in length, a little bit short as well, and Malhotra again minimum of fuss really, just cutting it away wide of fielder at cover point. There is Taz Ali, and there to the boundary. The 50 up in the 8th over, which is interesting given that we think that apart from that 1 over they've been quite circumspect, but still brought the 50 up in 8 overs, and in a 50 over game only 1 down early on. That's laying a very, very good foundation for a big score. It's like changing the field now. We've got a man in on the drive at short extra as Home is in, and goes a bit fuller, driven for a single up to mid off, and that is the end of Home's first over. 52 for 1 off 8.
You get the feeling that England are going to have to bat very well and chase something quite big to even up the series, and of course this is a very important game for the series.
Lovely shot from Suryavanshi, cut away to backward point. Excellent experience, not just for the captain Thomas Rue, but for the bowlers, but in terms of game experience, setting fields to a player like Suryavanshi, who is so dangerous. Such a good exercise. Good from Minto. Straight and right on a good length, and Malhotra can't do much with it.
And of course it's such a good exercise in resilience as well, isn't it? Because it's such a huge part of cricket, isn't it? Whatever you do, you bat, bowl, keep wicket, things are going to happen that you've got to be resilient to take. And
Absolutely.
Seth Morgan's just seen two really good balls disappear for 6.
Again, good from Minto. Played down on the onside by Malhotra. Minto probably as experienced as any of the seam bowlers. He's played quite a few championship games, I think, for Durham, and it shows, I think. Just got that little bit of calmness about him. Nice shot from Malhotra, just worked wide of the fielder at mid-on, and they take 2. He wanted 3, but I don't think Suryavanshi was too keen on a third as the throw came in. Don't think they'd have got home. But a nice shot from Malhotra, who's made 15 off 21 without really appearing to be in any kind of hurry. Very mature approach at the crease. Seen a comment on the live chat, which might please one or two people here at New Road. That one called a wide, banged in short. It says, and it's from somebody in India, and it says this time the telecast is good compared to the previous games.
Oh, well, that is
so. Pat on the back for the man behind me in the commentary box here at Visit Worcestershire New Road. Malhotra settles again, and a good lead. So Minto, probably the best of the home bowlers so far, has taken 1 for 16 from his 4 overs, which is tidy. And to be fair to Morgan, he was tidy too until his last over went for 18, 4 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 31, his figures, and Jack Holmes had just the 1 over about to continue.
Well, a very warm welcome to all our viewers in India and across the world. And it's been a very solid start from India. And 2 abundantly talented batters at the crease. What's Suryavanshi going to do here?
Well, the answer is he's going to smash it for 6 over extra cover. An extraordinary shot from Suryavanshi, beautifully struck. But it really was almost, well, it was an uppercut played in front of square. I think we're used to seeing the uppercut played behind square, but he's taken it early.
गलती से कभी कुछ मीठा या ठंडा खा लिया फिर तो दांतों में झंझनाहट पक्की थी। मैंने हर रात विठोबा टूथ पाउडर इस्तेमाल करना शुरू किया। अब मेरे दांतों की झंझनाहट भी कम हो गई है और सड़ने की फिक्र भी दूर हो गई है। तो हाँ, मुझे फर्क पड़ा।
Lift that in quite a bit, didn't
sensational.
He adjusted so quickly and levered it. It's not a short boundary over there as well. An incredible shot.
So Jack Holmes, 6 off the first ball of the over, puts the bowler under pressure. The ball is back. Got nearly 8,000 of you watching now. I think many of those will be in India and they'll be enjoying what they're watching. I hope you are. Don't know what time of day it is there, but nearing noon here at Visit Worcestershire New Road, and Suryavanshi on the charge. Although good response from home, just holding that one back a bit, and Suryavanshi just pushes it out on the offside for a single.
And do you know what, Frank, it might sound silly, but I think that shot was as impressive as the previous one. He just hit a magnificent 6, and then there happens the adrenaline flow.
Exactly.
The next ball is a really good one, and he plays it really well.
Yeah, exactly. And that really, when I mentioned Isaac Mohammed playing last night for Worcestershire against Yorkshire in the T20, and this is a player who's been playing in this series up until today, it's exactly the lesson that he's got to learn, I think. This one from home is fuller, not timed by Malhotra.
I don't know whether we'll get the chance to talk to Vaibhav Suryavanshi later on. It will be lovely. It must be very, very difficult in a way to be that good, that young. You've really got a lot to get your head around there, haven't you?
Yeah. Yeah, managing that will be part of the development process as much as anything else, I suppose. This one from home is pacey but ill-directed, very, very wide, and beats the diving Thomas Root. Can't get anywhere near it, down to the boundary for 4 wides. So very loose. That one from home, 82 miles an hour, that one, but not on target. And poor old Thomas Root, the wicketkeeper, unable to get anywhere near it. That really went wide of slip, actually. It went to the left of the slip, and he's already standing second. This one is much straighter, and Malhotra taking on the pad, and they go through for a leg by. I think when somebody's bowling at 80 miles an hour and one is wide and the next one is straight, the batter has unusual problems to deal with because he doesn't quite know where the next one's going. If you can slip a good one in there as a bowler, sometimes it can bring an unexpected reward in a situation like this.
Wides, and we're not through the 10th over yet, so England will be disappointed with that. They're giving runs away and they're wasting their effort.
Round the wicket home. Oh! That's a fantastic shot. Suryavanshi using the pace and the width given to him by home. He just seems to have lost a little bit of direction, and well, it's just a brilliantly executed uppercut. Knew exactly what he was doing, and you know, a bowler of that pace to have that much time to play that shot was quite remarkable. It really was.
You mentioned frank margin for error. There isn't any.
Extraordinary, and a wide called by the umpire at square leg this time on height, really. So Jack Home being put under pressure, let's face it, by the 6 off the first ball of the over, and he's tried to find a response, but he's sent down a couple of wides. He's trying to make it difficult. It's a classic case of the batsman imposing himself on the bowler here, and how. Brilliant from Suryavanshi, 38 off 21, home round the wicket bowls, and make that 44 off 22 because he smashed this one over. Oh, it's 42, I beg your pardon, it's not gone all the way, landed just inside the rope at long off, but perhaps didn't quite have as much shape about it, that one, as one or two of his previous shots. He just opened his stance a little bit, cleared the right foot and smashed it, but he has decided the time has come to really impose himself, and he's doing that in fantastic fashion. 42 not out of 22 deliveries, and that after a fairly pedestrian start really by his standards. Malhotra very sensibly at the other end is just ticking it over, and Jack Home and over where he was regularly in the mid-80s has not troubled Suryavanshi in the slightest, and it's 79 for 1 off 10.
Yes, Suryavanshi was only on 9 from 13 deliveries, so he was very watchful at first. So he scored 33 from his last 9 deliveries, so he's accelerated ever so slightly.
Yeah, just changed from first to 6th. Normal service resumed as Minto forces Malhotra onto the back foot.
A sign of the problems that Suryavanshi poses there, though, for Jack Home, wasn't it? But he had pitched short and been punished, hadn't he? And I'm sure everyone was thinking, pitch it up, pitch it up. He did pitch it up and disappears over long off. So it's not an easy test for the bowlers out there, but it's a fascinating one.
Just seeing a lovely comment from one of our viewers. It says that at 15 years old, my nephew sits at home watching cartoons. Look at Suryana. Yeah, well, there you go. Absolutely brilliant, isn't it, to watch him. I like the way Malhotra's playing as well. I think it's very, very measured, very mature. Minto again. Oh, that's a good one. Done him there. Turned him round and got a little bit of movement away from the left-hander. Good response from Minto. 1 for 17 in his fifth. Like I say, probably the pick of the bowlers. And that was a real beauty. It really was. I mentioned that word maturity, Brian. That really is what... we all know these young players are hugely talented or they wouldn't be here. But it's those ones who just develop that maturity a little bit earlier than the others who are going to make their entrance into the senior ranks soonest. And Minto again proving pretty accurate in this over, but to be fair, it's a different game when you bowl at Malhotra from when you bowl at Suryavanshi in this form.
Yes, the England captain Thomas Rew has got a bit of thinking to do. Does he turn to spin sooner rather than later? I mean, how do you dislodge these two fine players?
Well, that's a lovely shot from Malhotra, short from Minto. Probably the worst ball that James Minto has bowled, actually, and Malhotra, who has been watchful and measured, doesn't miss out. I always think that's a sign of a very, very good top order batsman, when he can be measured and watchful and then not miss out when the bad one comes along. Make sure that he capitalises, and he's done that perfectly. Dispatched it. Goes to 19.
Ralphie Albert just fielding in front of us. They're at deep cover. Could be next into the firing line with his spin. And that's another test, isn't it, Frank? When clearly a very difficult test is ahead, and you talk about maturity, also it's a test of how much you want to go into the firing line. Because I must admit, Frank, if I was out there and potentially coming on to bowl, I think I'd do a hamstring.
Yeah. Well, there's always that. There's also, as Taz Ali is actually coming into the attack, which is a decision that Thomas Rew has made to turn to spin early, as you said. It's also, though, there is the opportunity to do something about it, isn't there? To make a name for yourself, come on to bowl and get the great man out. I think that's always the attitude that these lads have if they're going to make it. They want to get in the game, and Taz Ali's got the chance now. But he's also going to be put under pressure by Suryavanshi if he possibly can. You've seen a bit more of Taz Ali than I have, Brian, but
yes,
he's highly rated at Edgbaston.
He is. He got the nod to play some first-class cricket at the start of this season, and he did very well on pitches that weren't very spin-friendly, as pitches in England tend not to be. He bowled really well. Several batters came hard at him, and he coped well, and he's got a really good temperament. And what a test it is for him now as Suryavanshi waits.
Well, he comes in from the Diglis end, the tall spinner, and bowls, and his first ball is launched over long on for 6 by Suryavanshi. So he's not having a look at him, he's decided he's going to go straight away, and that, as I say, puts the bowler under so much pressure straight away. And Suryavanshi hasn't disappointed us. We came here this morning hoping to see something special from him, and he's now 48 off 23 deliveries, and Taz Ali, leg spinner, just flicking the ball from one hand to another, has some problems to deal with. Comes in again now from the Diglis end of bowls, and well, there you go. There's his 50. It's a second consecutive six, and this one's gone 1, 2, 3, about 15 rows back into the Basil D'Oliveira stand here at New Road, and that's another 50 for Suryavanshi. He is not just an exciting ball striker, but he is a consistent run scorer, and he had a very slow start, as Brian Halford alongside me was saying.
Yes,
but he has really launched into the bowling in the last few minutes.
He scored 41 from his last 11 balls faced.
Amazing.
And he seems to have damaged the ball because it's being thrown from one umpire to the next. But there is an incredible player, isn't there? There does seem to be a real sense of him wanting to assert himself on each bowl.
Yeah.
The first ball of an over often
is a challenge for him. Yeah, absolutely. Amazing. It's great to watch. I'm really excited watching this at the moment. There are 10,000 of you watching our live stream apparently at the moment. We'd love to hear from you on the live chat, but you can also get in touch directly with me on Twitter, or X as it used to be. Twitter as it used to be, X as it is now. At Frank Watson 58 is the handle, at Frank Watson 58, and feel free to get in touch and tell us what you think. Maybe you've seen something we haven't, or maybe you've seen a bit more of some of these Indian players than we have. Welcome your views, as long as you're very complimentary about us and say how wonderful Worcester looks and all that kind of thing. Keep it clean. Be lovely to hear from you. But it's a privilege to watch, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Brian? It really is. And it's not slogging, it's proper ball striking. Taz Ali, he's got a new ball, comes in and bowls a little bit flatter, and well bowled actually. Not going to lob another one up there for Suryavanshi, and he just chops this one away for a single. Amazing. Somebody's just said if he plays all 50 overs he'll get a triple 100. I wouldn't mind seeing that. 96 for 1 in the 12th.
It is a privilege to watch this young man, and also the other batters of course are very good, but the best thing of all, Frank, is that we're commentating on it and not bowling to
yes.
I wouldn't like to be out there.
Somebody's just said on the live chat that it looks like very short boundaries. They're not that short. They're not that short. Nicely played by Malhotra, who's in contrast to Suryavanshi is just so correct. And I'm not saying Suryavanshi hasn't got a good technique, because he has, but Malhotra's is more classically correct and quite sensibly and quite happily just playing second fiddle at the moment. And why wouldn't you? Here we go again. Ali to Suryavanshi, and that one is launched over extra cover. And it's not gone all the way, it's bounced just inside the rope. It went high in the air, it was on the front foot. Fielder chasing after it was interested, thinking he might get a catch coming over his shoulder, but not to be, and landed only just about a foot inside the rope at the extra cover. Absolutely magnificent again. 100 is up, 101 for 1. With one ball left in the 12th over, and Taz Ali under pressure. He's in again and bowls, and that one is again quicker and flatter, and he gets well, it's a wide call. I think that's a pretty harsh call from umpire James Treadwell. I have to have another look at it from the bowler's end. Taz Ali not impressed. Former spinner himself, Treadwell, you'd have thought he would have been a little bit more generous to the bowler, but slid past the outside edge, called a wide. That one, perhaps, dare I say it, the least aesthetically pleasing shot that Suryavanshi has played. A little bit of a fetch, that one from outside off, but he gets a single, he keeps the strike more importantly, and he has gone to 60. And it's 103 for 1 at the end of 12.
19 from Taz Ali's first over, and you got to feel from a little bit when he's taken some punishment and then he does get one past the bat and turns round and the umpire's signalled a wide. That's it's a bit unlucky. 103 for 1, and lovely to have you all listening and watching across India and across the world. Yeah, and as Frank says, please do get in touch if you know anything about Suryavanshi or Malhotra. Perhaps you've seen them play.
Well, I've had one fun fact. It says Suryavanshi and Dhoni are from the same region of India. I'm not exactly sure where that is. Somebody's saying how big are the boundaries. Sorry, I can't measure them for you, but it's not a tiny ground by any means. The ropes are in, but this is easily the sort of boundaries that we would have for a professional one-day game in this country between two counties, for example.
And the pitch is quite central, isn't it?
And the pitch is quite central,
There's
yeah.
no real short boundary.
No.
And lengthwise, relatively long boundaries.
Not for Suryavanshi. Doesn't seem to be too bothered by the length of the boundaries. Minto is in again. Now he's playing this one off the back foot defensively out on the offside.
5 overs, 1 for 21, James Minto, which in the context of this assault is impressive stuff. And I guess Roo, the captain, has got to work out how much he wants to bowl Minto, his main man, and how much he wants to keep him back. Almost a false shot from Suryavanshi that pulled it away to mid-wicket. I think we can forgive him one, can't we? 61 from 29 deliveries, and it is a privilege to be watching him bat here in windy Worcester. How many runs is this young man going to score in Test cricket and in the years to come?
Just covering our effects mic with a bit of a foam baffle to stop that wind noise. I hope that wasn't annoying anybody too much. It's a lovely shot, wasn't it, even though it was a dot. I think they're quite different, aren't they, the two left-handers?
Malhotra's timing is exquisite, isn't it? As we saw with that one boundary that he just eased to the offside boundary. It was little more than a defensive shot, but high-class batting.
Comment on about Isaac Mohammed. He says he's not playing in this match, but he played in the T20 Blast yesterday. That's absolutely right. Played for Worcestershire last night at Headingley against Yorkshire, as Malhotra steals a single here, and will play for Worcestershire probably tomorrow at Northampton. So missing out today in this game. Isaac Mohammed, but prodigiously talented. Not quite yet in the Suryavanshi class, but a prodigious stroke maker. Suryavanshi just enlisting the help of one of the England fielders at the moment to play against him.
He hasn't tied them together, just to even up
he was
the...
tempted, I'm sure. Minto has just, I think, bumped into... Did he bump into the... I thought he might have bumped into the stumps at the non-strikers end. No, he didn't. I thought I saw a bail come off. Single taken. Lots of commentators, people saying... Lots of comments, people saying the boundaries are tiny. They're not. Honestly, believe us, they're not tiny boundaries. It's the rope is in a few yards from the edge for safety reasons, as it always is, but they're not tiny boundaries by any means. This one is swung away, good swivelling hook shot and very nicely fielded out on the boundary. Good tumbling save, falling to his left from the fielder and then just trying to have a look who it is. I can't see it number on his shirt, but very good work out there, keeping them to 1, and that's the end of another tidy over from Minto, who's easily been the pick of the bowlers for England so far. 6 overs from him, and he's gone for just 25 runs. 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 25.
Some drinks for the batters and some time for Tasim Ali to ponder his second over, which he's about to deliver, the first one having gone for 20. So
I'm being asked what our response is to seeing Suryavanshi play. Well, I think we've made that pretty obvious already, that it's exciting and thrilling and a privilege really to watch him. He's played magnificently so far. Started fairly sensibly and circumspectly, but has been punishing in the last half an hour or so. Malhotra again sensibly working this one away for a single and giving the strike to Suryavanshi.
yeah, in terms of what it's like to watch Suryavanshi play, I'd say it is a privilege to see such a talent so early on in his career.
Absolutely.
He just looks like so much more than an aggressive batter.
Yes.
He's a really high class,
yes,
selected batter.
Yes, I agree with that. Wide from Taz Ali as he fires this one across him. Yeah, exactly that. I came expecting to see something special, and it's probably exceeded my expectations. And I like that as well. You know, he's not just about hitting sixes, as he just works that one nicely with the spin.
It will be very interesting to see how quickly his career evolves.
Yeah.
How soon could he be
in the Test side?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Who knows, he might enjoy visit Worcestershire Road so much, Frank. He
Yes.
might sign for Worcestershire for a season or two.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I might have to have a word with him at some point.
जब मंगला जी की किडनी का ऑपरेशन हुआ तो पॉलिसी बाजार की टीम ने हॉस्पिटल पहुंचकर 18 लाख रुपए का क्लेम अप्रूव करवाने में पूरी हेल्प की। बीमारी में हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस ही काम आएगा। पॉलिसी बाजार पर 1 करोड़ का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 360।
Lifting the ball over square leg. 4 more. 100 partnership now between these two. Malhotra's made 24 of them. Suryavanshi has just cruised to 67.
England could be facing some serious scoreboard pressure when they embark on the chase. 115 in the 14th over.
A rare dot ball. Oh, he's got away with that one though. That's well bowled actually from Taz Ali. And Suryavanshi going for a big hit on the leg side, and he gets an outside edge, and he's fortunate that it goes between 2 fielders inside the circle on the offside and down to third man for 4. So a rare mistake, but he gets away with it. And Lots of comments on the live chat, not so many on Twitter. If you do want to get in touch on Twitter, it might be easier to respond on Twitter because the live chat comments come through so quickly, but it's at Frank Watson 58 or at Brain Haldorf, isn't it? BRAINHALDORF, at Brain Haldorf or at Frank Watson 58. One comment which we could both answer, Ryan. Somebody says, which player from the past do you remember having as much talent as Suryavanshi? That's a tricky one, I think. I remember a young Graham Hick coming here to Worcester as an 18-year-old and playing prodigiously, but the game has changed so much. I don't think anybody ever played quite like Suryavanshi at that age, but the game has changed so much. But Graham Hick was certainly impressive. And we've been asked about the boundary sizes, so we've found them out for you. What a service that is! Goodness me, I hope you appreciate. This is from the groundsman as Jack Holmes starts a new over with a dot outside the off stump. 65 yards, I think it is, rather than metres, straight on both ends, and 62 on one side, 65 on the other. In a couple of pockets in the corners of the groundish where it's about 68 yards, but 65 straight, 62 one side, 65 the other. So there's your boundary dimensions. Thank you very much to Joe, who's helped us with that, and to the groundsman Steve. And that one is stroked by Malhotra. It's a lovely conventional cover drive, but very good fielding. Sharp movement across the ground at cover by Ralphie Albert, and that means that they only get a single, which is good from one point of view, but not so good if you're the bowler, because it means the gun that is Suryavanshi is on strike again. But it genuinely, I think we feel it's a real privilege to watch this. It's not one I'm going to forget. I'm already looking forward to Monday. I hope he plays again. There's four more, short and wide outside the off stump from home. Two fielders on the offside boundary, Ben Mays and Ralphie Albert, converging on it, but the ball bisects them perfectly, and he hit it so well. Raced away for four. Goodness me, hits the ball hard.
In terms of others that we've seen, like Suryavanshi, I'm not sure I've seen somebody of this age with this talent.
No, I don't think I have. I really don't think I have either. I think it's just extraordinary, isn't it? That's good from home. Good response, straighter, good length. The pressure on the bowler is extraordinary, I think, isn't it? These guys bowling at this chap, you're under a lot of pressure straight away.
You mentioned Graham Hick, of course. Ian Bell at Warwickshire was immensely talented, very young. But I think there's a fearlessness about Suryavanshi, and a confidence, not in a bad way, but he just appears to have this incredible belief. Yeah. And he can assess a delivery instantly, can't he? And punish it.
I've not seen. I don't think I've seen anybody. Certainly at that age, I don't think I have. Big swing and a miss this time, though. But the game's changed, hasn't it? It's so difficult for us, Brian and I, two old men sitting here talking about players we've seen in the past. But the game's changed so much that things that players can do now are almost commonplace, that were just unheard of a few years ago. But to see somebody of this age play with such power and selection is extraordinary. I mean, Sachin Tendulkar was amazing at a very young age, but it was a completely different sort of cricket that he played. Tennis ball bouncer from home here, called wide. That's the 21st extra of this innings, the 17th wide, and we're only in the 15th over. That does not augur well. Somebody's asking how many grounds there are in England. How many grounds are there in England? Well, first class grounds. How many, Brian? Probably about 30, 35 maybe.
Yeah.
This one driven by Suryavanshi just for a single.
There are.
But in terms of grounds, I mean, cricket grounds are just thousands, I suppose, thousands
There
and
are-
thousands.
For those that may not be too conversant with England cricket, there are 18 first-class counties, each of which has a home stadium, like we're at Worcestershire, here at Worcester. So there are 18 first-class centres of county cricket, but within that, counties also play at other grounds as well. So there's probably about 30 or 40 county grounds. That's another
4
beautiful
more.
shot.
Malhotra this time gets in on the act, full and wide from Jack Home, and he just leans into it and deliberately sort of cuts it over backward point for 4. Lovely shot, 131 for 1. Malhotra showing his own skills, goes to 29, and this partnership absolutely running away with things at the moment. Brilliant.
You are right, Frank, of course, in saying that things have changed. Cricket has accelerated, but I still don't think there are going to be many 14-year-olds or
No.
15-year-olds around now, or even in years to come, like Suryavanshi. I think this is a one-off talent.
And flat. Can understand why he's decided to bowl quick and flat, and that one just skids through into the gloves of the keeper. A rare dot. Dots are vital at this stage, just to try and get a little bit of control. Flat. Again, he's bowling about mid-50s, maybe even up towards 60 miles an hour, I think, Tazali, and he got to really disappeared. So
Well, he's a third of the way to a maiden. I mean,
Yeah.
a maiden to Suryavanshi, now that would be something to...
incredible. Well, it isn't amazing. There you are, you've tempted him. That's wider than his 6s previously. That is a long way. Doesn't matter how short you think the boundary is, that one's gone miles. It's cleared the boundary by about 15, 20 yards into the car park. Absolutely.
You're welcome.
You know, I turned up this morning, Brian, like you, hoping to see something special, and I'm just loving it at the moment. Absolutely magnificent. Just punching this one off the back foot up to long off for a single. It is like watching a professional cricketer playing against schoolboys, isn't it, at the moment, really? I hope that's not too disrespectful to the England lads, but he is just so good. 138 for 1. 83 off 42. And a leg by here as Malhotra looks to turn it on the leg side.
And one thing that does strike me about Suryavanshi is he hits big 6s, doesn't he? He doesn't just clear the ropes. They just twice he's almost sent the ball out of the ground. Immense.
At times like Kohli when he defends, and he's also said he's a generational talent, and I could not agree more. I think that's a fair way of putting it, a generational talent. We may well be looking at one of the greats of all time. This is a ground, incidentally, if you're watching in India, on which Don Bradman has an unbelievable record. The great Bradman played on this ground several times. I'll just get the actual details of that record, but we might be looking at somebody that ultimately, and it's a long way off obviously, but we might be looking at somebody that we talk about in the same breath or conversation. He is that good, I think, at this stage. I mean, I hope that's not getting too carried away, but you can't help it thinking a little bit like that, can you?
Indeed. Thank you to Maverisetti, who has tweeted me to say, among the current batch of England under-19 cricketers, who do you feel might get an opportunity in the IPL, which is a very interesting question.
Yeah, Thomas Roux, I think, would be a good shout.
I think it's, on the evidence of this series so far, Thomas Roux.
Here's some details about Bradman at this ground during his tours of England, and bear in mind the game has changed, but this is before the game changed. Absolutely extraordinary. 1930 made his debut on English soil here against Worcestershire, 236. 1934, first game of the tour. They always used to start the tours here at Worcester. And 1934, first game of the tour, 206. So that's 236 first time, 206 the next time. 1938, third consecutive tour opening match played here, 258. So he's made 3 double hundreds in the first 3 times that he played here. 1948, in his final tour, he failed. Only got 107 here at Worcester. So absolutely extraordinary record. 3 double hundreds and 100 in his 4 innings here at Worcester. As home bowls outside the off stumper, Suryavanshi. And it's just wonderful to think that the view that we're looking at across the ground at the moment with the cathedral away in the distance hasn't really changed since those times. The hotel has been built in the corner, the scoreboard's a bit bigger than it used to be, but those trees on the riverbank on the far side of the ground and the cathedral and the Bishop's Palace that we can see just to its left are still looking exactly the same as they did when Bradman played here. And another wide from home outside the off stump. That is the 18th wide in this innings. 145 for 1. Remarkable from Suryavanshi. 87 of 44 deliveries. Controlled hitting. One shot that I would say was perhaps not particularly pleasing, and he's got 4 more here as Holmes' width is just sliced, chopped down to third man, using the pace of the bowler. Home wayward in line and perfectly understandable that he could be a little bit wayward because he'd been put under pressure. Probably would have been a wide if he hadn't got a bat on it, and just sliced down to third man.
India's 150 coming up in the 17th over.
87 now to Suryavanshi. .150 for 1, and he keeps the strike as he just steers this one down to, well, he doesn't keep, it's not the end of the over because we had that wide, but he gets a single and he goes to 91. I'm just hoping now that if he does get a really big score that he doesn't give it away after that. If he gets 100, I hope he carries on, because this is special. This is really special, and I'm glad that we're sharing it with as many of you as we are. 16,000 of you watching at the moment. As Home is in round the wicket and driven straight to the fielder at extra cover this time. End of the over, 151 for 1. As I say, feel free to get in touch at Frank Watson 58 on X, and I'll try and respond. Can't always respond to all the comments on the live chat because there's so many of them come flying through. We're having a drinks break here at Visit Worcestershire New Road. We've had 17 overs, bowling figures so far. Morgan 4 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 31. Minto 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 25. Home 4 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 47. And Taz Ali 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 43. 1 man out. That was Matre, who was caught by Moores off the bowling of Minto for 1 at that stage, and a good start for the England U19 side. But since then, since Suryavanshi has got in, having settled in, took a few minutes to just to find his feet out there, find his timing, but since he has started to dominate, it has been quite breathtaking to watch, and he has gone to 92 off 46 deliveries with 10 fours and 6 sixes, and at the other end Malhotra has played an ideal second fiddle. He has made 30 off 42. Brilliant from the young Indians, and drinks being taken, welcome relief for the England youngsters. Yeah, Vanshdeep says, if you watch closely, most of the bowlers have lost their line and length bowling, says Vanshdeep. Well, they have, absolutely, and that's what happens when a batter puts the bowler under that much pressure. I mentioned Graham Hick before. When he first came to Worcester, I remember talking to some people that bowled against him, and they said, you do bowl more bad balls at him, because as you're running up to bowl, you're actually wondering where he's going to hit it next. And I think that's exactly what we're seeing here today, that especially if Suryavanshi poses himself by hitting the first ball of the over for a boundary, as he so often does, and I think it puts the bowler under pressure, and the bowler is running up, and instead of concentrating on what he's trying to do and where he's trying to bowl, he runs up thinking, oh my goodness, where's he going to hit this one? And the consequent responses physically as well, I think the shoulders tighten and the nerves take over, and I think you see more bad balls bowled, and that's exactly what's happened. Somebody says, why were you guys not doing the commentary in the start of the series? Well, that's because the games weren't played here at Worcester. We'll be doing it again on Monday, but we are basically, I commentate on Worcestershire games for the BBC, and on Worcestershire games here at Visit Worcestershire New Road for the club's live stream. And the people that did the previous games would have been, I assume, those that were associated with those grounds that those games were played on, which is 2 at Northampton and 1 at Hove down in Sussex. So these games have been moved around a little bit, but today's game is here at Worcester, and so is Monday's game. It's Taz Ali to resume after the drinks break, and normal service is resumed as Suryavanshi whacks this one straight as a die down the ground, flat 6. Never got above about 15 feet in the air, but cleared the ropes, and he goes to 98. Quite extraordinary innings this from Suryavanshi. It's been absolutely brilliant, and he's now in sight of 100, and it has been utterly memorable from my point of view. I don't think I've seen cleaner ball striking from anybody in a long time in this country. Nicely played as he just works this one away on the leg side. Well bowled by Taz Ali. Goes to 99. Do you say that's fair, Brian?
Yeah,
cricket that I've seen in, not IPL, not Big Bash, but in this country, in the Blast, and in the 100 as well, I suppose. I don't think I've seen better ball striking than this. This guy's a genius.
He is indeed. It's an honour to be watching him. I'd be really interested also to have a word with the scorers between innings to see how many runs he scores off the first balls of over.
Yeah.
Because he really does seek to dominate from the start of the over, and he's hit quite a few sixes in that way.
Malhotra takes a single. So here we are, 99 not out, Suryavanshi facing the last ball of the over. 49 deliveries he's faced, 10 fours and 7 sixes. Absolutely magnificent from the young man.
Well, he went to 50 in the grand manner with a 6. Is he going to do the same?
Well, it's a dot. Well bowled, Taz Ali just works it away on the onside. We'll have to wait for the celebration. 159 for 1 at the end of 18 overs. And you sense as well, I think, Brian, even the fielders out there, these guys played a fair bit of cricket. Quite a few of them played quite a bit of first-class cricket, but they won't have seen anything like this before, I doubt. It's like watching Ed Pollock in a Birmingham League game, Brian.
Yeah, well, I think Ed would be very happy with that comparison.
I did once see him hit 8 sixes in about the first 4 overs at Barnt Green. Well, we've got a change in the bowling. Ralphie Albert coming into the attack. Come and have a bowl, Ralphie. Oh, thanks. Just the right time for me to come on. The young left arm spinner. What a challenge.
Well,
and his first ball is driven through the covers by Malhotra for 4. Over pitched. Nice shot. Interesting that he's round the wicket to the left hander. Gave it a bit of air. Don't think he'll be giving it that much air against the great man at the other end. But it was a lovely shot as well, let's be fair to Malhotra. He's also played very well. There's Albert again, and he's just trying to work this one away on the leg side. And
well, Ralphie Albert
got something on it, no signal from the umpire.
Did miss an opportunity earlier on when he did Suryavansh's shoelace up. He should really have tied the two shoelaces together. Yeah. That would have at least affected his footwork.
I don't think it would have made much. Here we go. Suryavanshi on 99 then. And he's staying around the wicket, which is interesting. I thought he might have come over the wicket, the left-hander. But here we go. Is this the moment? 99 off 50. And no, he just works it to the fielder at mid-wicket. So maybe the great young man maybe just has a few nerves. Hasn't shown any, but maybe. A little bit tense. Won't be for long, I shouldn't think. And there it is, as he just goes on the back foot, punches it through the covers, raises his bat, cheers from his teammates who are all on their feet. Absolutely magnificent innings from this prodigious talent. It really is quite remarkable. An embrace from his partner, 100 of 52 deliveries. And now will he carry on? If he does, we've only had 18.4 overs. If he does, we could be in for something very, very special. It's been brilliant. Albert in again now, bowls, and Malhotra is forward.
It has indeed been brilliant, a privilege to watch, and now that he's got his century, of course, he might accelerate.
Yeah, stop blocking it. What's the matter with you? Amazing. Malhotra drives, nicely fielded in the covers by Ben Mays, diving to his left.
A good start that from Ralphie Albert.
Yeah.
Solid first over, in which Suryavanshi went to 100. From 52 balls, so his second 50 took 28 deliveries after his first one took just 24. 10 fours and 7 sixes, so that's 82 of his 100 have come in fours and sixes, and a truly brilliant innings. Not the least impressive part of it, Frank, the platform that he laid down, very steady, saw it through.
Tazali over pitches slightly, and Suryavanshi dispatches it into the car park again. I walked down this morning, Brian. I'm glad I walked and didn't park my car over there, because it could be in danger.
But that's just as I was just mentioning there, Frank. Just it shouldn't be forgotten that Suryavanshi had 9 from his first 13 deliveries. When they're moving about earlier on, he was very watchful. He played very well and very left the ball and was very sensible. Because if he'd given it away, then this wouldn't have been happening, would it? So it's really top class batting in every way.
Yeah, absolutely. 171 for 1 in the 20th. We're going to be looking at a huge total here. Cut this time just for a single. I wonder, whether it's too late to make a bid to become his agent, Brian.
I think there's probably a competitive
I
field.
think there's a bit of a queue. I think 1 month working as his agent might mean that you don't need to work for the rest of your life. I think he's got the world at his feet, and he really has. Pushed out for a single, this one. In fact, I dare say that the Surrey and Notts recruitment team is watching this stream as we speak and getting very excited. Tongue in cheek.
Malhotra, meanwhile, has made a very composed 37 from foot. It must be quite nice batting at the other end to Surrey.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, that's a lovely shot, isn't it? Used his feet, driven it through extra cover, 4 more. I mean, it is just astonishing. This is not rubbish bowling, let's be honest. We're not. I mean, I'm not saying the bowlers haven't been put under pressure. They quite clearly have been put under pressure, and as I was saying when you popped away, Brian, that bowlers will tell you, when you're running up to bowl to this guy or to somebody remarkable like Virat Kohli or Don Bradman, you do worry where they're going to hit it next, so you do bowl more bad balls because you're actually tense. But it is, these guys are professional cricketers, these bowlers. They're not park cricketers, and they are being absolutely mauled here by, well, somebody said it in one of their comments, didn't they? A generational talent.
Yeah, and we've got to keep reminding ourselves that this guy is at an age when, as one of our listeners said, my son's watching cartoons on telly. You know,
absolutely.
Quite.
It is
incredible.
It is amazing. We're in the 20th over. It's 177 for 1. 178 for 1 as he cuts this one out for a single. Now, if it was a T20 game, I mean, I saw a T20 game last night where Yorkshire scored 233 in their 20 overs, but you know, that was a T20. We've still got 30 overs left after this here. We could be looking at something really extraordinary, couldn't we? We could be looking at 400, which in an under-19 game is pretty remarkable. Malhotra just pushes this one back up the pitch. Well bowled by Taz Ali. That was a pretty good over from the young man, which sounds ridiculous when he was hit for 6 early on, but 5 overs, no maidens, all his figures. It's 178 for 1 at the end of 20.
And of course, the bad news for the England bowlers is that India still have plenty to come. Rahul Kumar next, Harvansh Pangalia, who scored a 52-ball century at Loughborough in the first match of the tour. Kanik Chauhan. England have got a lot of work to do, never mind just to keep a lid on these two, but those to come. India, mightily powerful batting lineup, and it certainly doesn't end with these two. Of the over, Ralphie Albert will be happy enough with that. And a third single. Really difficult one for England here. Do they try and contain, or do they try and take wickets?
Yeah, well,
how do you approach this?
I think that is the problem, isn't it? got to, I guess, just try and be disciplined and stick to your plans and bowl good areas and hope that he makes a mistake. But it's so tricky, isn't it?
And to be fair to them, I mean, we have mentioned the number of wides.
Yeah.
19 so far. I mean, that is because they're trying to give the batsman room to hit the sixes.
And it's totally as a result of the batsman putting the bowlers under pressure, I think. Brilliant. And it's why it's such great experience for these guys, because they won't come up against this very often. Absolutely extraordinary. Oh, full shot from Malhotra. First one we've seen for ages. Little leading edge as he pushed at that one from Ralphie Albert. But good start from Albert. It's 2 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 9. Standout figures actually, and all credit to him. He's had a little breather, hasn't he, after getting his 100, Suryavanshi, and I wonder if that actually is really bad news for the England side, whether they think, you know, he's having a drink now, he's having a little bit of physio, I think, actually, out there, and they just, basically, the danger is that you're going to almost mark your guard and start again, which is would be really worrying. I think England players might be hoping that he's going to just lose concentration at this stage, having played so well, but it shows no signs of that.
There's 29 overs remaining as well, so
yeah, we could be looking at something enormous in terms of a total here. 400 is not unheard of in one-day cricket these days, in 50-over cricket at international level, but I've seen a double 100 in a one-day game here in recent years, when Ollie Robinson, now at Durham playing for Kent, got a double 100 in the one-day cup a couple of years ago on this ground, played sensationally. But Suryavanshi, well, he could go way beyond that.
114 from 60 balls so far, 11 fours, 8 sixes, and there have been 1 or 2 false shots, but only one really where you'd say he was fortunate, wasn't he? When he sliced one away, he was aiming for deep mid-wicket and it went between short third man and point at catchable height. That's the only real time when you felt that he hasn't been in control.
Well, we've had a pause for drinks and a little bit of physio for one of the Indian players out there, I think, and we're about to resume. And Ben Mays is going to have a go from the Diglis end. Probably, well, not sure that would have been in the plan when play started. He's the 6th bowler that England have used, but I suppose it's another challenge for the captain, Roo. But you've got to keep trying things, haven't you? Because otherwise you're just accepting your fate a little bit, I think. So it's Mays, and he's going to bowl round the wicket with his off spin, I think. And he's bowling to Suryavanshi. And his first ball is pushed away on the onside for a single.
Ben Mays, Hampshire product. He talked about as likely debutant in the 50-over tournament later this year.
I think we might see a few of these young England lads in the One Day Cup this year. I think Roo certainly will be looking to displace his brother behind the stumps down at Taunton. What a prodigiously talented pair they are, Thomas and James. Field change for Malhotra. Works this off his pads. Good diving stop by Ralphie Albert at short fine leg. a little bit shorter from Mays, and well, he's not going to miss out on that. There's a drag down outside the off stump, and well, really help yourself time. Short and wide, and whacked through extra by Malhotra, who's quietly building a nice little innings himself now. 42 off 54. Probably the easiest 4 runs he's had from that one. And another one here, just turned away on the leg side.
Malhotra has got 49 and 46 in the last 2, so this time he'll be aiming to go a bit bigger than that. And he's still got 29 overs to play with, so 3 figures very much in his sights, I would imagine, as well.
Well, 4 more to Suryavanshi, not quite in the way that he's been blasting it down the ground, but quicker from the bowler, and he goes for the sweep and just gets enough on it, and fast hands, and it races away down to very fine leg for 4 more.
Yeah, Ben May spearing it in. He doesn't want to get hit straight. Any sort of flight will give the batter that option.
Nicely played, keeps the strike. 120 off 63 deliveries now to the young master, Suryavanshi, I should say. 192 for 1.
And another thing that this is proving, the excellence of this young man, of course, Frank, is that he can do much more than just deliver cameos, isn't it? Because it's one thing to go out there and bash 48 from 19, as he did in the first game. But he's built up as he's gone along, hasn't he? 86 from 31 in the 3rd game, and now past 100 and batting quite beautifully.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And that's the challenge, isn't it, for these days, I think, for players coming into particularly the white ball game, and coming in having played a lot of white ball cricket. Challenge to deliver more than just cameos, as you call it. This one he just backs away from, dead ball called by the umpire. To influence games, to change results of games, not just to play a little bit part. Absolutely right. This one driven up to mid-off, no run. Not just a walk on roll, you know, you've got to start taking the lead rolls, haven't you?
Yeah.
Playing Hamlet, maybe a bit too much of a statement, but it's starting to really influence outcomes, I think. This one nicely bowled again by Ralphie Albert, and just cut away for a single. He's easily been the most controlled of the bowlers, Albert, I think. The fact that he's bowled 15 deliveries and only gone for 10 tells its own story. Bowled with a lot of control. Good stuff. Comes in again round the wicket and bowls, and Malhotra just clips him up to long on for a single. Interesting that he stayed round the wicket against both left-handers, I think. I think many left-arm spinners would have gone over the wicket. But maybe just feeling that by staying round the wicket he can restrict their arms a little bit. And he's bowled pretty flat, he's not allowed them to get under him too much. And that is again the case here, as he forces the batsman onto the back foot, and they just take a single.
Just get the feeling that Suryavanshi has just gathered himself again. And there may be another explosion just around the corner.
Yeah.
He's just played very watchfully since he had that little bit of treatment during the drinks break.
Yeah. Another single to Malhotra. Yeah, which is very ominous from England under 19's perspective. But it's a thrill, isn't it, to watch?
It is absolute thrill, and just for our just to repeat for our very welcome listeners across India, these England under-19s bowlers, they're all attached to counties. They're all
professional cricketers.
Professional. Some of them have played first-class cricket already, and without doubt, most of them will.
Yeah,
they are good players, but they have just come up against some exceptional batting. And it is a joy to watch these and Suryavanshi, of course, in particularly, but also Malhostra's timing is very, very sweet.
Yeah, very good indeed. Nicely bowled, this one by Mays, just held back a little bit, cut for a single, and now we will see whether he's ready to go again.
I just get the feeling he may want to rustle the leaves in the chestnut tree again.
Mays round the wicket. And, well, not rustling any leaves, but disturbing a few daisies, because he's drilled that one straight down the ground for 4. Effortless, really. Magnificent shot. And the 200 is up in the 24th over, 201 for 1. We've got to be looking at a potential 400 total here, and if he stays in, it could be even more than that. Mays again. Oh, and a false shot as he just pushes this one through and gets an inside edge onto pad. He's one of those batters as well. We're sitting square on here, in case you're wondering, and our view of the line of the ball is via a camera rather than our own eyes. We're sitting square of the wicket, and what we can see is that he has a very firm, wide-footed stance, quite leaning quite hard onto the front foot in his stance, but it's quite aggressive. It just in terms of setup, I think. He means business, doesn't he? That's just strooped to mid-off for a single. I think Graham Pollock, by the end of his career, I'm told, adopted such a wide stance, thinking of another left-hander, that he could play forward or back just by shifting his weight one way or the other without actually moving any foot off the ground, if you know what I mean. He's not quite like that, Suryavanshi, but it's a very aggressive and positive setup. Mays bowls well here, beats Malhotra. That's the second time in the over, 1 to each batsman that has just dribbled away off the pad. Just 6 off the over so far, 1 ball to go, that's good. 202 for 1. Oh, and another dot as Mays fires this one through, and Rue is unable to gather it, but it's the end of the over. Very well bowled by Ben Mays, and at the end of it, 24 gone. India under-19s put into bat, remember, here at Visit Worcestershire New Road, are 202 for 1.
Well, it would be fascinating to know if any of our friends from India could enlighten this. Is Suryavanchi's background? I mean, he's obviously an incredible batter at the age of 14. I mean, how soon has this developed? Or how cool was he?
What was he doing 2 years ago?
8 and 9 and 10. You know, how has this exceptional talent evolved? Who knows where it's going to go? But already it's quite an incredible story.
It is absolutely remarkable. Sets himself again as Ralphie Albert comes in to bowl to him. And it's full, just drives it for a single.
Ralphie Albert, 3 overs for 13, which is an exceptional effort in the circumstances. The other bowling figures, Seb Morgan, 4 overs, none for 31. James Minto bowled well, 6 overs, 1 for 25. A bit of stick handed to the local pair, Jack Home, 0 for 47 off 4. And Taz Ali, the wrist spinner, took the brunt, I'm afraid. 5 overs, none for 64. Ben Mays, 2 overs, none for 17.
Yeah, this is good bowling, isn't it? I think, amidst the mayhem, to have kept his cool as much as he has, Albert, I think is enormous credit. But I spoke too soon, because Suryavanshi has dispatched that one. Cleared the front leg. That's the authentic slog sweep, really. I think that one, isn't it, Albert? Perhaps just a little bit slower. Just cleared the front leg down on one knee and whacked it over long on. Not the longest boundary on the ground, but cleared it considerably. 134 of 72 deliveries. Beaten by the next one that just bounces a bit outside the off stump. A rare error from Suryavanshi. Down the pitch. 6 more. That's gone into the hotel windows. It's just so little risk attached to these shots. Just down the pitch, such certainty of footwork, such timing. And Ralphie Albert, having bowled so well, has conceded 2 sixes in that over. And it's now 0 for 27, his figures, but amazing from Suryavanshi. 140 from 74 deliveries, and the 200 partnership is up. Malhotra's made just 47 of them, and that's not to say that he hasn't played well, but I think they're a bit shell-shocked out there, these England boys.
Suryavanshi collecting his 9th and 10th sixes in that over.
Mays, who's also been pretty tidy, particularly since his second over where he bowled it a bit quicker and a bit flatter. He's done that there as well. Such a challenge just to bowl a dot, isn't it? And another dot, as this one is steered straight to the fielder at short third.
I think, as they say, this could be a good game to win for England, couldn't it? From this position, they're going to have to chase the thick end of 400, aren't they, by the look of it?
I would imagine so. It might even be more, mightn't it? I mean, a lot actually depends on how long Suryavanshi bats for, doesn't it? If he carries on like this, he's going to get 250 himself. 4 to Malhotra, giving a bit of room again. If he's erred at all, Mays, it has been occasionally to drop short outside the off stump, and Malhotra goes to 50. Applause from his teammates. Congratulations from his partner. A bat raised. It's been a very different innings in character to that played by his partner, but it's been superb. 51 off 66 balls with 7 fours.
The partnership worth 206, of which Malhotra's share is 51, but he's batted sweetly as well, hasn't he? Even though he's only scored a quarter of the runs, he's batted beautifully.
Oh, I thought it might be a chance. In fact, it's he swung it away on the leg side. It's landed. It wasn't a chance. It's not carried to James Minto. It's bounced about 10 yards in front of him. Slight misfield from him, but they only got a single. But just for a moment, as that ball was in the air, you thought there might be a chance. 222 for 1. Beautifully played by Malhotra off the last ball of the over. He keeps the strike. 223 for 1. Seems a long time ago now when Matre was out, caught by Moores off Minto. 4-5 in the 4th over. 14 for 1. Since then, An absolute masterclass in white ball batting from the remarkable Suryavanshi.
Yep, I think so.
Ralphie Albert to continue.
4 overs, none for 27. And skipper Thomas Roux has got to evaluate whether he can go back to one or two of the bowlers that have been brutalised. He's got a lot of thinking to do, being the captain. Jack Home and Taz Ali in particular took some punishment. But it's actually the 5th and 6th bowlers used, Ralphie Albert and Ben Mays, have exerted just a little bit of control, keeping it down to singles, which in the context of this game is impressive.
Well, in terms of efficiency from Suryavanshi, that's probably his least efficient shot of the game, because he's put an awful lot into that. Really time it and only got a single. But some of the sixes he's hit have been just effortless. Cleared the boundary by 10-15 yards. Beautiful shot from Malhotra. His first 6. Absolutely beautiful stroke.
Do you know what, Frank? Well, despite all of Suryavansh's brilliance, I think the 2 most memorable shots have gone from Malhotra. That beautiful shot there, eased over long off for 6, and his essentially his forward defensive for 4.
Yeah, early on, yeah.
Beautiful.
Just shows, doesn't it, the different ways to produce results in this game. Yeah. He's played beautifully. He's played really well, and you know, under normal circumstances, 61 off 71, you'd say he's played quickly as well. He scored pretty much a run of ball, only just below that. But at the other end, you've got this phenomenon, and by comparison, he looks sluggish, but he's played stylishly for sure. Finally, he's over the wicket, and he is. Oh, he's got away with it. He's gone over the wicket to the left-hander, and Suryavanshi has driven it up in the air, skywards, and looked as though he might be in trouble as James Isbell ran round to do the fielding, but in fact he was unable to get there. It wasn't James Isbell, it was Joe Moores. Ran round, couldn't get there. Ball bounced about 5 yards away from him, and they got through for a single, which means that Suryavanshi has kept the strike as well. 143 not out of 77 deliveries, 13 4s and 10 6s, and he's on strike again now. Another decent over from Ralphie Albert. 5 overs, no means no wicket for 37. Ben Mays to continue. 23 overs left in the innings. He is going to be caught. He is going to be caught. He is caught. Suryavanshi is caught in the deep by Joe Moores. Didn't quite get there. Ben Mays has got the wicket. That remarkable innings ends. He is out for 143. A nicely judged catch by Joe Moores. He would have been disappointed if he hadn't caught it, but he made no mistake, and a remarkable innings ends, and it's not one that I'm going to forget in a while, and I think those of us that have been here to watch it will feel they've seen something very special. Everybody in the ground will be applauding shortly as Suryavanshi makes his way from the field, and I'll let you listen to that applause.
Scored by Moores on the bowling package for 143.
78 balls. warmly applauded back to the pavilion. Doesn't acknowledge the applause, which is a little disappointing, but wonderful innings from Suryavanshi. 13 fours, 10 sixes, and a glorious innings which it was a privilege to watch. And England now, I wouldn't say the door is open because a lot of batting is still to come.
Yeah.
But as you used the word masterclass, Frank, that's what we've just seen from Suryavanshi.
Yeah, I think a masterclass from an apprentice, really, if that's not mixing the metaphor too much. I mean, he's 14 years old, for goodness sake. The youngest player on either side, and he's batted as though he's a test player. Just exceptional. 219, incidentally, the partnership for that second wicket, and another left-hander in Kumar, the new batsman.
219 in 24 overs, partnership.